You are still muted. No, we're not. Ready? Okay.
Shall not touch anything if it's working.
All right, welcome everyone. We're starting a few minutes late and we're just waiting for a few people to get here. Welcome to the Montana State Library Commission's June 10th, 2026 meeting. I'm Robin Scribner. I am the chairman of the MSL Commission and I call this meeting to order. As your chair, I'm going to work to ensure that this commission has an effective meeting with a transparent decision-making process. I'd like to ask our commissioners and then our staff to introduce themselves.
Chris Goss, State Library Commissioner, Higher Education Academic Library Representative from Helen College.
I'm Tammy Hall and I'm from Bozeman, Montana, and this is my second term and it's a joy.
Peggy Taylor, I'm from a little bit everywhere, coming from Bozeman today.
Paul Burnett, Commissioner from Bozeman, being our mutual friend, Charles Dickens.
There you go.
I am Carmen Cuthbertson from Kalispell.
And we're missing McKenna and Greg today, but we have here Tyler from OPI. She is our representative today. She'll be coming in and out.
I'm Jenny Stepp. I'm the state librarian.
And I'm Melissa Briggs, Central Services Administrator.
Right. Okay. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Yes.
I was wondering if we could be introduced to our new executive assistant
Oh, Leslie.
at some point.
At some
Is she-
point. At some point. Yeah, okay,
I'd like to add something to the agenda, a
okay,
discussion item about the real-time network.
okay. Under other business, is
Yes.
that fine? Okay. And I actually have some other business also that I need to add on. All right. Are there any further changes or additions? Okay, if not, if we do have any questions about Robert's Rules, Commissioner Chris Goss has agreed to help us. Another reminder, if we're struggling to phrase a motion, which sometimes that happens, I as chair will allow a discussion on how the motion should be phrased. Not all motions, but using my discretion, I may allow a limited discussion in the phrasing of the motion. To be respectful of everyone's time and ours, I'd like to ask that informal presentations be no more than 10 minutes, and public comment should only be limited to 3 minutes, using my discretion to allow more if needed. Okay, we have some staff longevity recognitions to make. We have Erin Fashaway. She is our state GIS coordinator. She has been here for 20 years. Yay. And I'm gonna say who all we're doing, and then Jenny will help us out, or we'll be helped out. And then we have Amy Marchwick, our Montana Shared Catalog System Supervisor. She's been with us for 15 years. Yay. And Laura Treader, our MSC System Administrator, another 15 years. And Kyle Koski, our MTNHP Biological Data Scientist, 5 years. Wow, that's great. Okay, go ahead.
And we have Lee Fossum. Lee wasn't able to be with us this morning, so he's going to be with us just after lunch.
And Lee has been with us. He's our IT manager. He's been with us for 25 years.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So Evan is with us to recognize Erin Fashaway, and I think they're both online today.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm just feel so fortunate to have the opportunity today to recognize Erin Fashaway for her 20 years of service with the state. I've been fortunate to know Erin for almost all of that time. We worked as colleagues, first in different agencies, then in the same agency for roughly half of that time. And I've had the good fortune of supervising her for roughly the other half of that time. And it's just, I know you all have met her. She's presented to this group before, so I don't feel like I need to provide that much background on who she is. You know Erin, and you've seen the great work that she does. And I don't think there'd be time for me to go through anything and everything that she does, but I wanted to just highlight some of the coordination work that she does because that's such a core piece of her position. And she's done so much there. Within the state government, she's been responsible for coordinating the GIS managers across the agency. She keeps a regular meeting of GIS managers from different agencies, the GIS Managers Forum going, and then a huge one, and I think you heard about this earlier in the year, her work on, and she's been doing this for many iterations, the Enterprise GIS license for the state, and the great work she did negotiating and getting that down. And I think it's hard to underestimate the value of having somebody that has the hands-on technical skills and the experience working directly in those kinds of tools, but also the business understanding of how all of this works. And so it's been enormous having her there. Statewide, going beyond state government, we've always recognized that there's only so much we can do with the resources we have here at the state library, and the way we're really going to have the biggest impact for the state and make the best value for what we do is coordinating across the state. And her collaboration with local and tribal governments has helped build strong relationships and partnerships with local and county governments and groups like MACO, the planners, clerks and recorders. And we've seen this be enormously valuable especially in recent years. It's just continued to grow and grow. And so that's been amazing. And then at the national level, Erin's had leadership positions with the National States Geographic Information Council. She's respected as a leader among her colleagues nationwide. And she's been able to get the National States Geographic Information Council conference to actually come to Montana for the first time ever. And that's been very long in coming. I know that she had this idea way back, almost 15 years ago. And it used to be, for context, this group used to make it a priority to get to every state. And they got to several, but they started to say, oh, Montana's too far away and too expensive. But Erin fought hard for us to be represented there. And so I'm really excited that that's coming to pass this year, and they'll be able to meet here in Montana, see our state, and we can share what we do with them. So in closing, I'd just say, I think, again, I've been very fortunate. We've been very fortunate. The stability of having a state GIS coordinator for more than 10 years is amazing. And for me, it really makes my life easier, my work easier as a supervisor, because we've really been able to build a relationship. We've always worked well together, but over time you really learned how to work with each other, and I think it's really been a benefit to the state that we've had that opportunity. So thank you so much, Erin. I really appreciate all your work.
Okay.
I just wanted to say thank you. I really love what I do. The power of maps have been, I think it's just amazing what we've been able to do as the state of Montana, and to kind of be able to continue what some pretty impressive people had done prior to me coming in at the time, and to be able to ride with that. I think it's been an honor, and I enjoy working at the library and enjoy working with all of you and telling our story consistently. And I have big dreams, and I think that's one thing that kind of keeps us going, is to be able to understand the direction that we're headed, but also, what's realistic, and but always setting our eye on the future. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Yay.
Thanks, Erin.
Thanks, Erin. We love big dreamers.
Yeah.
And yesterday, sorry, I'm not there in person. Yesterday was the last day of school, and so I've got a bunch of fifth graders in my house.
Oh, yeah. Fun. Well, thank you.
It's my pleasure to recognize Amy Marchwick for 15 years working with us with the Montana Shared Catalog. Was able to join us, and then she's gonna recognize Laura, who is one of her reports. Amy's worked in libraries since she was a teenager. She's from Belgrade and began working at the Belgrade Library as a teenager. And so she had a deep knowledge of the importance and value of libraries as well as library operations when we stole her away from the Belgrade Library about 15 years ago. She was one of their technology librarians, and so she knew the behind the scenes technology that made that library operate. And Amy, I can't remember if you were in Belgrade when Belgrade joined the shared catalog.
I was, yeah.
And eventually moved over. That's what I thought. She's been with the shared catalog staff now for 15 years and has been the lead for most of that time at this point. And one of the things that Amy brings with her deep knowledge of the shared catalog is the value of continuous improvement. We want to make sure that the technology is meeting the needs of Montana library patrons. And so she and her team are adept at looking at the new technologies that are going to continue to make the services of most value to Montanans and making sure that it allows people to find the resources that they're looking for. She also has to balance that need with the needs of the different types and sizes of libraries that are members of the shared catalog. There's over 200 member libraries and branches of all different types and sizes, meaning we have libraries that have just 1 and 2 staff people. And then we have the biggest libraries in the state, Missoula and Billings and Flathead County, for example. And being able to find a balance in technology solutions that can best benefit all of the different types of libraries is a real critical need and a skill that Amy brings. She listens deeply to the needs of those libraries, and she and her team are just able to find creative solutions that continue to advance, but don't leave anybody behind. And I'm really, really impressed with their ability to do that kind of work. The shared catalog is without a doubt the foundation and the backbone of how we deliver shared services in the state of Montana. We could not operate the services that we operate without this system. And Amy and her team are really at the heart of how we deliver that service. Amy, thank you so much for your.
I was thinking as I drove over here, it's like I still love what I do every single day. And every day that I get to help librarians and my team get to help the librarians better serve their communities. It's just a great day. And so usually I get off work and I work from home. So it's really easy to just keep working on the thing that I'm doing. So it's like, I have to set an alarm so that I can stop on time. Cause it's, we just do system deep dives or batch cleaning for libraries, or like Jenny said, working with the very smallest libraries. They have turnover or they need something special that they would never be able to afford to pay for individually, but because they are part of this group, we can provide them those services. So I still love what I do.
Thank you, Amy.
And then I get to talk about Laura. Laura has been part of the shared catalog for her all your 15 years. Because we started at the law library and they were MSC members. So she worked at the law library and then she worked at the Historical Society and then she came and joined us several years ago, and we couldn't be more thrilled. Even when she was at those member libraries, Laura was really dedicated to the shared catalog and the members. She served on our content management committee. She was one of our cataloging mentors. She's just really, really dedicated to helping librarians be the best they can be and the system be the best it can be. And she is one of my mainstays when I'm like, Laura, there's a thing about cataloging that I don't know. Laura always knows the answer, knows where we can look. So we do a lot of collaborating and I really enjoy that. We really appreciate her, having her so much on our team. She's again had that experience from the member side and then being on the system admin side, and she's also very dedicated.
don't have much to say, but thank you. It's been 4 years since I've been officially with the shared catalog, and it's been a quick 4 years for sure. I can't believe it's already been that long. It's a lot of fun. Amy's wonderful to work with. The team is great. We just really do love what we do. In the interview, I said, like, I'm a true believer in the shared catalog. It is amazing service that it does for the state, for all the communities across the state. And the money it saves them, the work it saves them, the stress it saves them, the shared catalog. I'm really proud to be a part of that.
Great. Thank you, Laura.
And Bryce is with us to recognize Kyle Cassidy.
Yeah, thank you. So I was thinking about what I wanted to say about Kyle, and I remembered his checking with one of his references, and I said, what do you think is motivating Kyle to be interested in coming to work for us? And he said, I really think Kyle wants to go somewhere where he can make a really big difference. Mm-hmm. And we wanted someone who had strong SQL and Python coding to really bring in huge data sets into our program. And so I was running the numbers this morning, and of the survey data that we brought in, Kyle is responsible for 19% of the data that we brought in across the whole length of our entire program. Wow. And then I went to the observation summaries. And again, he's bringing in big data sets. That's what we asked him to do. But of our 6.3 million observation records that we have in our data system, he's brought in 52% of that.
In just 5 years.
In 5 years. Wow. And our program's existed since 1985.
Oh my God.
So talk about an impact, I would say, yes. Check.
Yeah.
And one of those big data sets that he's helped us centralize is iNaturalist data. iNaturalist is a citizen science application, so the average Montana can contribute data to our program, and then that information get passed on to resource managers. And he's just got these great data flows in place, and we've actually won a network award for that within the NatureServe network, and that's solely due to Kyle's work with Python and SQL coding. And just can't say enough about that, because now I think there's 6 or 7 programs in the network that have used his code in their program. So it's not just that he's done it for our program, but he's done it for all of North America. So it's pretty cool. He also just recently, he and Braden have been working on improving how we respond to requests. And so typically in the past, if we're doing requests by hand, it might take 45 minutes to do that for a person to answer a media request. So this script automatically generates a cover letter, pulls out information from what people have requested, automatically generates a cover letter, automatically generates an email. A lot of times now, instead of that 45 minutes, we're under 15 minutes per request. So it's saving a lot of staff time. And the final thing I wanted to note was, of our 14 dashboards that we have on our site that summarize information in our data system, he's made 10 of those 14 applications. And I just want to mention 3 of them. One is a grazing boundary application. So a lot of people don't have GIS expertise across the state, and they didn't have access to, well, what are the grazing allotment boundaries that I or my neighbors have? And so now they have ready access to it. Another one is a non-native watch list, which is basically identifying non-native species that are outside of Montana that haven't yet come into Montana. And we're highlighting those for invasive species managers to make sure that they have proper surveillance programs in place. Because the most cost-efficient method of controlling invasive species is to nail them right when they come into the state. So, and then the final one is a beaver restoration application, which is helping a variety of land management agencies that are working on beaver restoration efforts to just keep water on the landscape for both wildlife and livestock. So he's having a big impact. So check.
Wow.
So thank you, Kyle.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Kyle.
thank you, Kyle.
I just want to say thank you guys, and take full credit because I do work with a group of great people, so keep things going. So thank you.
I've got a question for Kyle. So as you're grazing allotment boundaries, Are you working with, some of the new technology where you can dog tag a cow and it knows where not to go?
For collars.
He's not doing that, yeah. This is the old style boundaries, yeah.
Well, great, that's amazing. That's really interesting about the invasive species. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, well, I want to congratulate Jenny and our Montana State Library management staff for their leadership. I mean, that really tells the longevity of the staff, tells that you did a good job.
Thanks, Robin. Appreciate that.
All right. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Yeah.
See you, Bryce. Okay, okay, on to our business items. Okay, does anyone want anything pulled from consent agenda to be discussed separately? This includes the February 11th, 2026 meeting minutes, the April 8th, 2026 meeting minutes, the May 6th, 2026 meeting minutes, the second quarter fiscal 2026 financial report, the third quarter 2026 financial report, which was actually accepted by the finance committee, and the revised mission bylaws. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I saw.
Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept the consent agenda as is. Is there any further discussion?
I just felt the minutes were the best minutes. The remake of February 11th were absolutely outstanding. I felt like they were the best minutes that in my 4 years that we have had. They were, and that's why I'm excited to see if that's our new assistant, if that's who did them, and thank her. But they were just really well done.
Yes, they were. Very well done. Any other further discussion? Is there any public comment? Seeing as there is none, we will now vote on the motion, which is to accept the consent agenda as is. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, the consent agenda has been approved by a voice vote. Okay, we'll go on. The finance committee met to discuss the fiscal year 2027 budget. Is there a motion to approve the fiscal year 2027 budget?
Question. That's separate from the upcoming biennium budget, which is about due to go to the executive planning process. It's just approves the budget for the upcoming fiscal year,
That's correct.
which is 27.
Yes.
Madam Chair, there were a couple items in there that I'd like to bring to the attention of the commission, which have a relationship to the real-time network. And I recommend a pause on those two items. And they are equipment purchases for new stations on the real-time network, or MTSRN, as you wish, and a new employee in support of that network. The equipment was about 220. Is that right, Melissa?
Yes,
And the employee was about 50.
that's true. That's true.
Okay. And I'd recommend a hold on those items.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Will we be discussing that at the item you're gonna discuss later?
The discussion item later is a broader.
But it's part of that, or is it?
Yeah.
Well, I just wonder if we could have the discussion now, or should we wait till then? Just pull it out now and then wait, or have it now.
Well,
Then we need to table this agenda item if we don't want to vote on it now.
Well, we could pull out the two items, right?
But
We're
we're
discussing.
Madam Chair, you have the question of the adoption of the budget currently before the commission. So if there's a motion to adopt the budget in some form, but would be as presented. Some measures that I could allow for discussion.
Okay, so let's have a motion and then, and you can, he said you can make the motion to with saying that you would like to have those withdrawn from the budget.
I
And
would
then-
make an amendment to.
There's no motion yet, so you can make a motion.
No, there is a motion.
No, there is
No.
no motion yet.
We just said it.
I asked for a motion, but there was no.
Oh, thank you. I would like to, well, would you please do that? Make the motion.
I'll move the adoption of the budget with the exclusion of the two items I just mentioned,
Which are,
which are, equipment purchases of around 220,000. And the hiring of a new employee at about 50,000, 1 year contract.
I'll second that for discussion. So we can discuss it.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the fiscal year 2027 budget with the exclusion of the equipment of approximately 220,000 and the hiring of a new employee for approximately 50,000. Is there any discussion?
Question, where in the,
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm trying to
in
find it.
the
Under-
budget, do we see that? Is
It's in
that
the memo under resumed expenditures.
That'd be the first page.
tech hire and equipment? Okay.
Resume.
that is-
And on the list we have, is it under Montana State Reference Network? Is it part of that $445,351?
Yes.
What else makes up that total of $445,351?
That includes, I'll just talk about the big things. It includes, an existing staff person that runs the program. He's our geodesist that specializes, in that work for the program. It includes, contractual obligations, any contracts that we have to run, travel costs. It includes administrative costs that are allocated, like phone lines, computer costs, things like that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, it looks like the figure is 250.
Yeah, for,
Equipment.
that's for the nodes for the system. So that equipment is, the equipment that we're proposing to purchase would connect the existing systems across the state. So it would broaden the availability of the data to subscribers. The data does already exist in those individual stations, but the nodes would then connect them so that there would be more information available.
Okay, and,
the hire,
so
Is that-
as we discussed in the finance committee, we kind of discussed how maybe another year would be a good idea to allow things to be figured out, and this other person, the new hire would help, and it's a contractual agreement with the new hire. So their job would be done within a limited amount of time, but to give them an opportunity to try to work the system out and see if this is actually worth the time.
Madam Chair.
And is that what yes.
It seems to me that we've had, kind of been setting a limit on what percentage they had to get this up to of memberships, and we've extended that year after year. I'm sorry, I've lost track of how many years, and I'm not being sarcastic, I just don't remember how long ago we were told that didn't we have a certain amount of time that we were supposed to get the membership?
I can speak to that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we've shared with you what's called a glide path, the projections when we anticipated breaking even on the number of subscribers that would make the cost of operating the real-time network self-sustaining. Originally, we were projecting that would be 2029. Now we're projecting that out to 2030. And I think it's right and fair for the commission to have a conversation about the viability of the real-time network. We're having those conversations ourselves. Because the subscribership isn't at the level that we had hoped it would be at this time. One of the reasons we believe that's the case and why these expenses are categorized as resumed expenditures is these were expenses that we had originally budgeted for in 2024 when the network was first adopted by the legislature and we passed those administrative rules. And you'll recall that we had this significant decline in the MGA funding, which is the revenue source for these expenditures. So we never did invest in the equipment in the way we had planned. And we also didn't hire a support staff person for our operator.
And so Evan and Jenny have been basically being the support staff. And as Melissa pointed out in our finance committee meeting, that we're using two of our most highly paid people to be doing something that, someone that wouldn't be making quite so much money.
So is the real-time network right now not have its own staff?
It has one operator. So
Spread thin.
when we projected a glide path that showed sustainability in 2029, it was done with the assumption that we would be able to make these investments. We have yet to make these investments in the network. We have the funding now. Our revenue is adequate to afford these expenses. We do think hiring a tech on a term contract to make sure that we have the impact that we want to have is right, rather than hiring a permanent FTE. But I am concerned that we continue to limp along without making this investment that we had dedicated several years ago. We're shooting ourselves in the foot in any ability to have any kind of impact in the future. These are hard questions that need to be asked. I wish we would be given the time and the resources to have an adequate way to evaluate that investment.
I'm sure.
Yes.
On the subject of the employee, with a budget of 52,000, you'll get a $40,000 base wage and then $10,000 in benefits, somewhere in those ranges. For a person that's expected to have technical expertise and good written and verbal communication skills, that's not realistic.
And I just want to make a point, we're planning to hire this term position later in the fiscal year. So this amount isn't for a full fiscal year.
So it's
Madam-
for.
Madam Chair, would it be appropriate to have Evan speak to the timing and duties of the position? Is that-
Not half. I think we did it like in the second quarter or so.
Okay.
Evan, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I couldn't hear everything there, but the main thing, just piggybacking on what Melissa said earlier, and adding just a little bit more context there. We work closely. This is a partnership with MDT, and we work closely with them, and we're all disappointed that we're not seeing higher user numbers and looking at ways to improve that. And they feel pretty strongly that a big piece of that is completing statewide coverage. And so they've made an investment of in the area of $1 million on building stations in eastern Montana. Several of those have already gone up, but there is the issue that we have to purchase something called a node to attach those stations to our network. And so there are going to be several stations that could be added to the network, and that's what that equipment funding is for, to be able to attach those. So the state has already made a big investment there, and we'd just like to get it over the rest of the way when we're talking about the equipment budget. And then, as they were saying, the piece with the employee, I'm very in favor of it being a term position. I wouldn't want to commit the state to anything longer term at this point, because we have been monitoring these numbers. Again, the positive that I'll point out with our numbers is that we're seeing really good renewal levels. 80–90% of our users are renewing. So we do feel pretty strongly that it's an issue of our marketing and getting people an understanding of what we have, because once people use it, we're seeing really good commitment to it because it's solving their problems. And I'm hopeful that we can attack that problem in the coming year, and having additional help on the network side, I think would give us more time, opportunity, resources to deal with that problem. But if we, this is really the first year that we haven't hit our numbers, and if we see that for a second year, then I do think that deeper question really needs to be dug into.
Evan, can you tell us what types of people, what types of businesses would be using this? Who are you marketing to? What are your ideas?
We have focused our efforts on the land surveying, engineering community, and we've seen, interestingly enough, the strongest response, the strongest subscribership we have tends to be national level engineering firms. So people that have used this and built it into their business processes in other states know that this is a great tool for efficiency in surveying. It's harder to convince the smaller local surveyors that this is where things are going to go, and so we're trying really hard to make them aware of this resource. Ag has been the next community, and that's a challenging one because we've worked with surveyors for a long time, but the ag community is one that we haven't had as good a familiarity with. And but we did have some good experiences last year. We're building a good partnership with the MSU Precision Ag program, and they're very enthusiastic about the network and benefits and what they can show our farmers and ranchers around the state, the benefits that they'll see from this. So we're excited to continue working there and hope that we'll get more buy-in. Beyond that, there's drones. People using drones really see a lot of value in the network. And then we see all kinds of, mom and pop mapping shops, people mapping water in the state. We see recreational golf course design and things like that. Really anything where you need a precise measurement. The traditional workflow for doing these precise measurements involves some clunky setup processes that are very costly to the consumer. And the real-time network, as we continue to build it out and provide more precise measurements, can really streamline that and lower the costs. And that's what we want to see available for the state. We want Montanans to have that advantage that other states already have.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Couple of questions. Does this, does this equipment purchase complete the equipment needed to cover the state?
It would fill out that southeast corner and then do some filling in. It's not, let's see, on our glide path, this would get us around 100 to 120 stations. And we've projected for an optimal network, we're somewhere in the range of 160 stations statewide. But this will cover the state corner to corner. There can be gaps in the network internally that those additional stations would work to fill in over time.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The way I see it, we're a bit in a catch-22 situation, because I know the commission had asked, excuse me, a year or two ago for a sales effort. But it's difficult to sell a product that's not complete. So we're in a quandary with this. I would love it if we could hire a salesperson. Is that?
That's 59.
I mean, we're not
We-
hiring a
yeah.
salesperson. We're hiring a tech.
But you're right. We've actually had that internal conversation, and I'm not sure that we're totally set on what the most important piece there is. And I think given that it would be a term position, even if we needed a tech in the long term, could we direct that towards sales more short term? Yeah. I don't know, but I'm definitely open to that idea.
That's what I was.
The legislature, when this initiative was approved by the legislature, they approved two permanent FTE for it. And we've only ever filled the one. So the only requirement, the only sidebars from the legislature is that it's an FTE. We could reclassify those positions to be whatever we needed, barring approval from the Department of Administration. So it is a possibility.
Did they give the money with it?
They gave the appropriation for the funding, yes.
And we're using it or we're not?
There isn't any money right now, so that's why we haven't made those hires.
Again, that was the MGA dollars that we saw the decline in revenue in. It's starting to rebound, so we feel there's adequate funding to budget for it. And
So they approved two people if we could raise some money.
with the MGF revenue that we have.
Right.
Yeah.
And that revenue has stayed pretty steady again since the last dip.
Mhm. Yeah.
But not seeing ahead of time that the MGF fund is going to go.
Right, yeah.
May I have a question, Devin? Evan,
Sure.
You made a question that our state partners, would you help me understand who the state partners are? You said-
Sorry, the Department of Transportation is our primary partner there.
Yeah, that's what I thought, the Department of Transportation. And so this money would provide a part, a nose or something, node that would hook to what they are doing.
Yeah, and that really gets back to how the project started, is that they've been building stations across the state, but they don't really have any function there to take those stations, join them together in a network, and then make that available as a public product that could be purchased. And so that's where they partner with us to be that group that is pulling the network together and then working with public customers while they work directly on those stations.
So if we weren't doing our part of this, it would all fall on them when they would be doing it. Is that right?
You know, I
don't know.
I don't really want to speculate too much because they will make their own decisions. But as I understand it, the fact is that if we aren't doing this, they will build those stations and they will use them for themselves. But the people of Montana won't have any access to those.
What would they use them for?
Well, the customers that we have wouldn't be able to purchase any kind of access because we provide that role. So the surveyors, the ag community, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of that investment the state has made.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The covering the southeast corner of the state, and I used to live there, is probably does not add a lot of value to the agency's target customer, which is where the action is in the other quadrants of the state. Maybe Evan can address it.
I would certainly agree that Southeast Montana isn't a population center for the state. However, they do still have roads and cities and utilities and all kinds of potential construction projects. And so when people look at the network and the opportunity to buy in, and I think it does factor in their decision making whether or not they're going to get full coverage, that they know they can go anywhere in the state and use it.
Madam Chair, the discussion we're having is phenomenal and I'm really learning a lot. But it does make me want to vote for the motion to pull these two items out and have them discussed further at another time. I think given what we've shared so far, that makes good sense. And that's a motion right now, right, Chris? Is that we approve the consent agenda with those, excuse me,
Fiscal year.
the fiscal, the finance committee report with these two things out. And so it does help me support that motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I disagree. I'm switching the other way. I think we should include it and push this through from our discussion. it sounds like they need someone to do this work and equipment to make it work better, and it's legislative backed. I feel like we need to be paying attention to what the legislature asked us to do.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I will support this motion because I would like to approve this expenditure with a clear understanding that we revisit this in another year. And if we're not, we need, I would like to approve this with an exit strategy if we still don't have the results a year down the road. So my purpose in supporting the motion to pull these two items out for now is to get that exit strategy nailed down and in place. So a year from now, we are not in this exact same boat again. And we have a deadline so that the commission can decide this is going as intended. This will serve the people of Montana really well. This is great. And the need is there because we have subscribers and the subscriber numbers are going up. The state is covered fully if we do this, not ideally covered, but fully covered. There will still be gaps, like Evan said, so it's full coverage, which we should be able to sell better than partial. And I think that's been the goal from the get-go. I don't want to stand in the way of that goal, but I also want a hard line in the sand that says we have tried it so many times. We've overcome the obstacle with the grant fund and all that. And here we are now where we said we were going to be. Is it really working? And if we see in another year, we did it to the way originally we were supposed to do it, and it is not working as a self-sustaining program. This is the end. We're cutting it off. We're giving it to Montana DOT, whatever the exit strategy could be, I don't know. So I will vote to pull these two items out so that we can formulate this exit strategy.
Madam Chair, some numbers. So subscriptions were 78 for a while. Now they're at 84.
78
subscribers, I guess paying subscribers, and revenues look to be about 130, somewhere in that range. They're increasing and renewals are good, which is nice to see. But it's costing about 400 some thousand. So we're a third viable at this point. And I'd like to see that strategy, it's been mentioned, the timeline for divestiture or handing off sooner than a year. And so that's, if it's called for and we're not viable, this thing is not viable now, we keep holding our hopes up that we can make it viable. And so my suggestion is it's prudent to look at a faster deadline than the 1st of July, and we go 1st of July 2027. Oh, I guess we got to do something now. It'll take 6 or 8 months to do something then. So I support my motion.
Madam Chair, just a couple of questions for Melissa, if that's possible. Could you talk us through, first, if this motion were to pass and the budget were to move forward without these items included, is there a chance for the commission to reinsert them? Or is this it? Is this our one chance to?
No, so what you all are, the legislature has already approved our appropriations for the whole year. So this is just, what we're looking at today is just a more in-depth plan on how we plan to spend those appropriations that we've been given by the legislature. So if we move forward without the approval for those two expenditures, we could decide at any point during the next fiscal year, through next June 30 to spend those dollars. The only thing I would caution is, like, as we move forward, it's harder and harder to spend that money. And when you have to spend money fast, you often don't do it well. So the more lead time, the better. So but the appropriation does expire on June 30. So any sort of personal services, or if we were to not be able to make a purchase in time. That's the only,
June 30th of this year.
June 30th of 2027.
Yeah, so we have.
So then my next question is, when you and Evan discussed term contracts, you had envisioned writing a specific term contract at some point during the coming fiscal year that would have a list of duties and expectations to be completed by a specific term, and that would then have built-in deadlines within the contract for those duties to be completed. By virtue of that, we can include, let's say, I would include deadlines for reports back to the commission on progress within that contract and within that job description.
That's definitely correct. The state has a template that we oftentimes use when we don't want to hire an employee in perpetuity. We just want them for a certain project or grant. So in this case, we would use that same template and then amend it as necessary for the position and what exactly we're looking for. So what you've described would be ideal for this situation.
So, Madam Chair, just a comment that I think we have two items here. One is we're at the point of fishing or cutting bait with the understanding that that's going to occur within the coming fiscal year, and the commission will have its decision to make before June 30th, 2027. We understand the need to get up to full coverage or as close to full coverage as possible, despite maybe the lack of economic activity in southeastern Montana. Those are still Montanas that this commission has an obligation to serve and to help in any way possible. If there is going to be divestiture in the future, divestiture of a fully operational program could be, I think, important and a good step of good faith that this is something we brought up to full speed, but now someone else needs to take it on. So taking that first step, bringing about as full coverage as possible with the assistance of a term employee that has specific reporting obligations back to the commission, I would encourage or urge the commission to resist this motion before the body and consider adoption of a budget for the coming fiscal year that includes these two items, with the directive to state library staff to have that contract include the reporting periods to make sure that we are making progress so we can make an informed decision by February 2027 about essential next steps. That'll be my approach on the issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Question, so I'm assuming the equipment purchase is planned and it's a matter of hitting the button on purchasing or not purchasing?
Do you want to talk to that, Evans?
Yeah, more like I do want to distinguish between MDTs, those stations are being purchased, but when it comes to the nodes to connect them, you're right. I'm not ready to hit the button today, but it's a pretty quick and easy process to do that, to add those.
So what I would like to point out is we are only talking the equipment purchase in this contract for a person. The program itself, even if we take those items out to discuss them further, will still run with existing staff. Contracts continue. The administration of the program is not being stopped.
Except for the connecting.
Right,
No,
we just say don't have any.
Right, but if we delay that, authorizing that purchase for a couple of months, does it cause any problems? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Is if it causes problems.
If that causes problems. What I don't want to do is right now interrupt and stop everything, because I think the full coverage in order to then be able to sell it makes sense to me. But what I'm struggling with is basically the commission forgetting that we were gonna investigate this further and get this glide path and get this line in the sand and this decision point at the right time, so that we're not in this position again next year. And that is my concern, and that's why I will vote to take these two things out for now, because I think the way I look at pulling the trigger on these two things, it isn't going to delay us a year to take these out right now and give us more time to think. So I will support this motion.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Carmen, if you'd like, I think I understand the question you were starting with, and I'd be happy to try to answer that. You're correct. The network is operating, and not investing in these is not going to change the current operation of the network. it would simply delay the expansion. Having said that, given this conversation today, regardless of what you guys decide as far as vote on pulling this out, treating it separately, I think the message that we've gotten is that there's an urgency here. And so with that level of urgency, I would like to look into trying to get those on as quickly as possible. And similarly, where we had talked about later in the year hiring this position, particularly if it was going to be marketing, I would think the sooner we do that, the better, so that we, have the potential to have some results for you within the year. Whereas if we were to delay that, then maybe the benefits or impacts that position would have might come too late for a decision. So I just put that out there for you to consider.
I suggest we add this to our goals as something that we need to work on and using the results that we could get from it. And then we won't forget we'll be on top of it.
Robin,
Yes.
I'd like to add one thing, either way that you all move forward. Recruitment is a time-consuming process, so that's just something to keep in the mix. So, and we're adding an extra layer, which is a contract. So we don't have in-house legal support, so we would have to draft a contract and then it would have to be reviewed by legal. That sometimes takes months for review. The actual process of recruitment posting, you gotta post for 2 to 3 weeks. If you don't get a good pool, you need to extend it. The interview, the process of scoring applications and doing the interviews, getting everybody in the room that needs to be there, that adds 4 to 6 weeks. Then you've got somebody that needs to start, they need to figure out where the bathroom is, what their logins are, get their feet wet. So like the onboarding process is long. And so either way you decide, you should just be aware that there's probably like 6 months before somebody's actually knows what they're talking about.
Madam Chair, have we seen this request for the equipment before? Or from the committee? I wanted to ask the finance
It was
committee.
built into the budget back in 2024.
Okay,
We
yeah.
didn't spend those
We
dollars when the revenue
Yeah.
declined.
So this is the first time we're seeing it from the budget committee.
That's
Finance.
For the finance, I'm sorry.
Since the revenue
Yes.
dipped, we
Yeah.
haven't brought it forward because there hasn't been
Because we haven't had
cash.
the money.
Right.
It can be put on hold.
So
correct?
again, when we say the legislature appropriated this, we didn't really have the money.
That's not.
Well, that's why we got.
That's not completely accurate. So the legislature appropriated what's called a proprietary fund and 2 FTE within the proprietary fund. They also gave us one-time only money out of the MGF fund for startup costs.
Yeah.
So they appropriated us dollars out of MGF to get it started so that we could have the proprietary fund. But this never came to fruition, this piece of it. So we never did the startup piece.
So if we have the money, what will we do with the money?
This.
Yeah, makes sense.
We are
Better
just
use.
restarting the same plan that we had several years ago when the revenue dipped.
So they gave us permission to do certain things and didn't give us enough to do all of it, but now we can.
That's not an accurate assessment.
Okay,
no.
help me again.
Remember the recordation fee?
Right. I
When
do.
that
It
tanked,
went down.
yeah, some of the things that were expected to be done could not be done.
Right.
Because
we
the
didn't
money
have
wasn't on the table. So these were 2 of the things that were not done because the money wasn't there. And you guys just had to make decisions as to how to not spend the money that wasn't there.
Right.
So it's coming back now.
See, I think that was an accurate statement. So what I would I would ask the commission to look down a little bit. There are 6 of us right now voting.
Right, so nays will have it no matter what.
So if
I mean,
if we vote this down, 3 to 3,
3 to 3.
then we have not approved the budget.
But don't, but
I'm sure just Tyler have.
no, I haven't already have voting. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, let's just look at it big and just see where we wanna put ourselves. If this defeats at 3 to 3, because it would defeat, because it would be a negative, then we have the decision to come back and remake a motion to pass the budget as requested.
That's correct.
if that were to be defeated 3-3, what do we do? So I am just saying, let's be practical here, pull the two out, look at them in a month and give respect to the 3 people out of 6 who have concern. It's not unreasonable. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, I don't know how we move forward.
Madam Chair, I have a question for Evan. Was there no nodal capacity in the existing stations? Or are these nodes required to have the southeast?
Yeah, the nodes are required. Oh, sorry. I thought you
Do we
were
have
done.
connectivity now with existing
Yep.
stations?
Yeah, the nodes are a required startup cost for any new station that is added to the network. Yep. So, and that was another aspect of the glide path budget that we had there. You know, there were built-in budgeting categories for that, but without the funding in the last couple of years, we don't have that supply of nodes to then apply. So we're kind of stuck in a reaction position right now.
Thank you.
So MDT is putting these stations up no matter what.
Correct.
And we're basically the ones that come in to finish it off with the nodes so that they can be connected to everything else.
Correct.
And then the public can have
And
access.
so the public can have that.
I just want to say, you know, the questions that you're asking about the viability of the network are important questions for the commission to be
A
asking.
lot of money.
They're important questions that we ourselves are asking. I appreciate the recommendation for an exit strategy. That's very much on our minds as well. I don't think, I can guarantee we wouldn't forget it because it's on our minds too. So the idea of having the next fiscal year to set some meaningful targets, and if we don't meet those targets by, you know, February, March of next year, having a plan in place, I think is smart and it's the right thing to do. To Evan's point, giving us the most time to have the greatest opportunity to have an impact should be part of that strategy.
Madam Chair. So if we combine those comments with the previous comments from central administration, it would take till February to get somebody online on what that $50,000 person.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem viable.
No.
Can I clarify that? I think we can have a strategy regardless of the impact of the position. You know, we have a glide path that shows what break even is. And if next year, you know, 10 months from now, we haven't made any progress on that, we know we need to be thinking about implementing an exit strategy. And so what does that strategy look like is important. You know, does MDT continue to build stations and they're just not publicly accessible? You know, is somebody else willing to hand off? Those are the kinds of things that I think we would include in an exit strategy. And then we'd have a target date at some point in the future, you know, end of the fiscal year next year or something like that to implement that strategy.
Chair, who's on the finance committee?
Carmen and I. Our bylaws state that Tom and I are on it. Carol, sorry. Okay.
If the system were to be sold or leased out to a private operator, that would take time and would not be able to be done perhaps by 1st of July in 2027. To make that offering to private sector if a public entity was not going to do it. So I'd like to hurry a little bit more. This thing's had several, up $2-3 million in it. And it's grown to a point of fledgling. It's just not leaving the nest. And so I urge urgency. This is what I would say. Not
I'm-
15,
Yeah.
12 to 18 months.
I just wanted to say, I don't believe that we've put anywhere close to $2 to $3 million into this. I think the state library has invested less than 500,000 at this point. The target with the glide path was to be closer to 2 million, but we haven't come anywhere close to that.
But the Department of Transportation is also putting it in.
Yeah, we don't have any control over
Right,
what
but
they're
they are.
investing.
And they will continue.
And they will continue. And I would
And-
point out, yeah.
I was
would
just going to go ahead.
With Montana being such a small state, I would point out that if farmers and ranchers were having a really incredible result, and thrilled with this, it would be all over the state. They would, I mean, they're talking about it. They have many, many opportunities at their conventions and whatever. The word would be across the state right now if they were having great decisions. I don't know about the landscapers, maybe the land surveyors, maybe the ones who are thrilled, don't want the other ones to
Well, and
know.
I can speak to the ag, to the ranchers,
Yeah.
so, I mean, if you buy a John Deere tractor, you get John Deere program for
Yeah.
GPS.
There's-
That's what we use, and
So
we
there's
we
no
had a
need.
local company that, before we had John Deere, we had a local company that did the GPS. As far as collars for cattle, you buy the collar and they connect with satellite. And that you buy the system with the control and the GPS from that company.
Mhm.
And I know this, because my son-in-law is doing that right now. And eventually, he can operate everything from his phone. He knows when a cow crosses from is going from one area to another, and the collar actually buzzes them. I mean, it's the ag and ranchers have access to national companies or wherever they get these products. So I don't think ag will be using,
As big as we thought.
yeah. I mean, there possibly are probably farmers and ranchers out there that would possibly, but when you buy a tractor and can get a program for inexpensive, I mean, a subscription that isn't huge, you're gonna use that product.
Competitors in the private market
Yeah, the private market has,
have people offering
right,
this.
right.
So anyway, before we vote, which I think we should probably get moving on, I would just encourage people to maybe give us a little time to make a clean decision about this, maybe in the next meeting. That's all I'm asking for those two items. Which the motion does.
Okay. All right, is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I will support the motion, and I expect that with the expectation that in 2 months, we have the plan.
Clear.
We have a plan in 2 months, and we can say yes to this with a plan. Because if we don't in 2 months,
I would agree.
the boats left the harbor, we're done.
We have a plan in 2 months in place.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. In 2 months, you want a plan with using existing resources.
In 2 months, I want to know how long it would take to sell, lease, hand off, donate to the DOT. I have no idea how this works as a government project. We have a plan that we can trigger when we get the actual data of how it's doing versus the glide path. And when we see we are nowhere near hitting our goal, we can pull the plug on it without saying we need 2 more years to figure out how to pull the plug. That is my concern. We're limping along, and I understand part of it is the MGIA money not being there and not being able to fully follow the plan we had. With this, we are now reinstating the original plan, which had a goal. I want to be sure that now that if we're gonna do this,
Oh, I see.
and I wanna get back on this and do it, because I need to see I need to be able to say, we're hitting the result, we're not hitting the result. I cannot say that
I see.
if we actually do not make these investments now that were projected. I can't compare. I'm comparing apples to oranges.
Right.
But I want to know when I make that comparison, that if it comes out, sadly, this was a great idea, it's not working, it's not going to be sustainable, it's never going to be self-sustaining, even if we, try it for 10 more years, we need to have a
Okay,
cutoff.
okay.
And at that point, I want to know that when we say, let's stop this, we don't need to maintain it for another 5 years before you can get out of it, because then now we're wasting money on something that we know is not
Right.
working.
Okay, so in 2 months, the plan can be, what's our plan going forward if we were to invest these additional resources?
Yes,
I
if
got
we
it,
do
okay.
this, and then we realize this is not gonna reach the goal ever. Good idea, but in reality, it just doesn't work out, maybe because of private competition that wasn't there when the state library decided to start this, whatever the reason may be.
Okay,
If we find out that we're not gonna move there, we're not gonna get there, I would like to know, these are the steps we're gonna follow, and in 3 months, boom,
right.
or whatever that's gonna be. So that is my concern. I don't wanna authorize this and then be in the same place again. And then being told, well, if we wanted to stop doing it, we needed 3 more years and spend another $500,000 to get out of it. That is my concern. That's what I don't wanna do.
Yeah, I think we can pull that together really easily because we can just use initial glide paths that assumed these investments. So we can just revisit those, update them if necessary, if there's changes in costs, and then we'll have something to compare. We'll have the current glide path with that uses the current investments that we have. We can pull the old one and then we'll have a reference point. So I think that's feasible.
And also, has anybody thought about how you do this and where it goes? Where does the equipment we own go? Where does the expertise go? Where does the entire program go? If we decide we're done, it's never going to be self-sustaining, the original goal is not going to be reached. That's the other thing I need to know, I would like to know, how long would it take us to actually get out of it? And how much is it going to cost us to divest ourselves of this?
Yeah.
Because if we don't have that figured out and we get to the point where we need to say goodbye to this, then we're gonna have another year or two of funding it or maintaining it in order to be able to divest ourselves. So I'm not saying I want this to fail, but I'm saying I want to be prepared for it to have failed.
Yeah, I don't think it would take that long to divest at all. But I hear your concerns and we'll definitely include those assumptions in the plan.
Okay, that's what I would like to see.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to add a third thing to your two. If we bring this back in 2 months, I hear Carmen saying, if I'm right, just an update that's really, as you said, we could do with our glide path, et cetera. Number two, what happens if it does not work and we decide to divest? What does that look like? That's number two. And I would like to add number three is a clear job description of what we will ask this person to do. I know we can't have probably the job description total, but at least better than an aide who might do MPR or whatever. So I'd like that job description a little cleaner. If we could have those three things in a month, I think I'd feel ready to really make a decision.
I'd like to know what happens also.
Yeah,
I mean, that would be,
I'd like to know what happens if we do.
Yeah.
So how do we stay with it? What does that look like? If we leave, what does that look like? And if we hire this person, what does he or she do?
Yeah, and I understand those questions and agree with that approach. But I do want to reinforce what Melissa said. Just want to remind everybody that we don't own any stations. Those are either MDT or partner stations. So there is no hard equipment for us to dispose of. So the actual us getting out of it is those belong to MDT. So they would make the decisions on how those stations were treated if they weren't part of the MTSRN.
And who's the other partner? You said, or other partner?
We have a variety of partners. Several counties, City of Miles City, or maybe it was Custer County. There's I can't remember their name. There's a large group of researchers. They used to be called Plate Boundary Observatory, PBO, but I know they've changed their name, but I can't remember that. And that's maybe 20 of the stations on the network belong to them. So
We have a lot of partners.
Madam Chair?
that partners.
Question, so if we're not owning any equipment, what are we buying for those $250,000? It's an equipment purchase.
It's software. Yeah, nodes to connect those stations to our network.
That still will have a value as equipment in some
Yeah,
form.
those are hairy accounting questions that I'll have to look into.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Question for
Go ahead.
Evan, are all the stations on public lands,
No.
some private lands?
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I'm almost positive that the Lubrecht station is on private land. I'd have to look, at all of them individually. There are a significant number on public lands. Probably the majority are at MDT, their salt storage or other maintenance facilities. That's their primary mode of operation.
Madam Chair. So, not being an expert in any of these things, but taking a hypothetical view that this agency, this commission, this staff approves the node project and the employee, I give it a low chance of success from an amateur's point of view. I think we need to expect a low chance that that's going to cause this thing to blossom.
All right, is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? No? Okay, seeing as there is none, okay, we'll now vote on the motion, which is to accept the fiscal year 2027 budget with the exclusion of the equipment purchases and the hiring of the new employee for the RTM network, or the RTM. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no.
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 Just for the minutes, I don't think we need to do a voice vote because I saw, but I just want to say it out loud for the minutes that Chris and Peggy were nays on that.
Okay, so the fiscal year 2027 budget with the exclusion of the purchase of the RTN equipment and the hiring of a new employee has been approved by a voice vote. Okay, we'll go on to the,
Madam Chair?
yes.
I have a procedural question. Is now the time to make requests as to what I would like to see at the next meeting regarding the details when we bring this back up for a vote?
Let's put that,
Or,
there's that spot at the very end, where Jenny goes over, reviews the minute motions and the directives to the staff to confirm.
okay, we'll
our
do that
intent.
there.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
At the end.
Thank
Okay?
you.
All right, okay, so let's go ahead with the fiscal year 2027 course catalog, the continuing education subcommittee. Hi Tracy, how are you?
How are you doing?
Good.
May I ask a private question? Can they turn off the air conditioning? Or is it air?
There's this.
Oh, okay, I'm just getting cold.
Do we turn it or is it blowing on you?
Yeah, thank you. I was getting cold. Yeah, I was reading, I was like, what?
It was blowing on me when I first got it and I turned it.
So,
I was.
Do we need to turn it
Well,
off?
I don't know.
It doesn't bother me.
Okay, maybe that side.
It does tend to get warm in here.
Yes, it does.
All
Thank
the
you.
talking.
No, it's all the thinking.
I didn't say that.
Thank you.
I said talking,
I said.
for the record.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, is there a motion to accept the fiscal year 2027 course catalog?
I will move, we accept the catalog.
Is there a second? As there has been no second,
No second, that motion would fail for lack of a second, and
So we couldn't proceed with any of it.
correct, so the matter would remain on this, the commission would remain on this agenda item for potentially further exploration, discussion, directives to staff.
I would like to make a new motion. I would like to move that we look at each subject as they're outlined and look at the list of classes separately to approve separate parts of the course catalog. Is that even a motion?
yeah, that's a hard one. Try that again, yeah.
I'm sure you could, alternatively, Commissioner.
Could have a
move
discussion.
Individual course areas.
Excellent. Okay, I would like to move that we approve the basic laws proposed courses as outlined in our memo.
Second.
Okay, it has been approved or moved and seconded that we approve the basic laws courses as proposed in the course catalog memo, the memo about the course catalog, or as in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog. What would we say there? Yes. Approve the basic laws courses as proposed in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog. Is there any discussion?
I have a question about how the committee, were you involved in all of these and you've seen this all before?
Yeah.
No,
Not
we were involved in drafting the rubric for what information the commission needs in order to judge whether to add something to the catalog or not. So this is an unusually large
Right.
list, simply because it's the first
time.
list.
Okay.
And I would like to say this is an excellent piece of work, because I'm aware of how huge, what the huge number of courses that are out there. So this is really well done, and to fill out this rubric for each of these courses and give it to us was a ton of work. So this is an excellent starting point for us. Regarding this first motion, the reason why I think we should approve all of these is most of these are in-house, which means no additional cost. Some of it is MSU extension classes done live. These are often paid for by the county that puts it on for the whole county. And they are excellent, dry legal topics that I think librarians really need.
Madam Chair, the reason that I support going through these is, in studying them, again, there's not a big hurry as long as we give people reasonable classes to get started, because this is a process that is brand new. And these will be coming on all the time. And I had some reservations about some of these classes that we will share when we get to them. If I would assume other people have had a few too, because people seem to be holding back. But in large, I cannot express again Tracy and just the staff involved, how much work they've done. And we're really grateful. So this is not, but I don't think we have to jump into, like one of these, I think had 51 possible classes. I don't think we have to jump into 51 options. I never had that many choices in my college choices, for 51 options under or statistics, whatever. So I think we can do this really. But that's my concern with liking the process. It might take a little longer, but we haven't done it before. So let's get it right, is my feel. So thank you, Carmen. Question on the law.
Is there any other discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing as there is none, we will vote to All those in favor of approving the basic laws course as proposed in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog as is, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Okay, so the basic laws courses as proposed in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog has been accepted by voice vote.
Madam Chair, for the
Yes.
purpose of the minutes, I don't know if it needs to be noted that I'm naming on that
Oh.
because I delivered some of those. So I just think
That's-
decision.
I appreciate that, yes,
It
so,
was in a volunteer capacity, there was no compensation, I just provided those last time.
Okay. So maybe we just ask if there's. If there's abstentions, just let us know. Okay, so just for the record, Chris abstained on that last vote.
Okay.
Just to present.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
No, that's good.
Transparency.
I
That's good.
appreciate that.
Okay.
And I think it's important to note on the record that Chris said that he wasn't compensated.
That's right, yeah.
All right, now I need to ask for a motion about, concerning the fiscal year 2027 course catalog, the board government proposals.
I would like to move that of the 14 classes offered under the title Board, Government and Community Relations, we approve numbers 1, 2, numbers 4 through 9, and number 14, and that we refer back to the committee for further study courses number 3 and 10 through 13.
May we have discussion on this?
Yes, go ahead.
Need a
Well, first
second.
we need a second.
I'd second that.
Yeah.
My concern with some of these classes at the beginning is that they were offered by out of state, some, I have notes here on
Thank
it.
you.
So some of them were out of state and I didn't know that they would be relevant to us and I didn't feel comfortable about understanding the topic. Some of these I wasn't sure would be relevant to Montana. I would find the one on the fraud probably interesting, but I think that would be up to, I don't know about the local libraries. And so my concern was that I want to restrict this first go round to the Montana-based providers, Bitterroot, Bozeman Public, Helena, Crisco, the Montana State Library, the Montana State University Extension, and the Montana State Bozeman and U of M. I'm really uncomfortable at the beginning to do some of these courses. So most of them fall later, so I can say something about that, but that was my concern with those same courses. So would you name the one that you would approve there instead of by number?
My motion includes number 1 and number 2,
Which are,
Montana Notary Education and Robert's Rules Made Simple. Then I recommend for approval number 4, Social Media and Libraries, a Critical Perspective. Part of the reason why I support this one is because it's based on a local example, somebody with local experience here in Montana. I recommend for approval number 5, MSL, A Greater State of Knowledge. It's an in-house class explaining what the state library does. I recommend for approval number 6, Board Member Basics. Number 7, Connecting with Local Government Officials. Number 8, Public Library Standards. And number 9, Understanding Local Government and its Relationship to the Library. And then I recommend number 14, Job of the Library Board. And I have more than one reason. The board dynamics class, the cost seems very high, $1,000 to $2,000. So I just want to investigate in the committee why that one's that expensive and just judge whether that's worth it. I don't know this one, but I would like to check that out. So it is very useful that the cost is part of our rubric when these proposals come to us. Number 10 through 13. based on the description, I wanted to look into these further. Because I want our catalog to stay very factual. I don't know how else to say it. I want it to stay, I want to give factual information. And the titles of these, I just want to look at them, possibly even take one or two. Since there is no hurry, since we have good classes under each of these topics, if somebody is gung-ho and wants to start taking classes July 1st, there will be enough in the catalog for them to do that. So I'm very comfortable with not approving some of these and referring them back to the committee. So that explains my division of some of these into, let's get them in there now versus let's refer them back to committee for a closer look.
I actually agree with those. It wasn't clear what Montana nonprofit was. Is that an association?
Yes,
Yeah.
the Montana Nonprofits have an association, and Shelby came and did that session for Broad Valleys, Golden Plains, and South Central. And it was very, very enjoyable. The board members really loved it. In fact, we find that board members are really engaging with us on her concept of generative mindset, which is doing things like talking about like, how is our community changing? Like I used it to do a strategic planning session at Plentywood. And we talked about like, how is their community changing? How does the library respond to that? What do we need to do? And the board members really loved it. So it's actually been a very fruitful session. But the cost varies because they, she actually wants to do it and they try to charge us as little as possible. But as you might imagine, it's costs some money to go to Wolf Point or other places. Yeah.
So I would just like to remind the commission, what my motion does is refer some of these back to the committee. It doesn't permanently throw them out of the catalog at this point, because like I said, there's been a lot of work to make this selection and there's a really good selection.
It is.
So me questioning some of them and trying to refer them back to the committee does not mean I want to throw these classes out at this point. I just want to make that clear.
I've been studying all of them, as has Carmen, and I know all of you have, but there's kind of an overwhelming for the first time. And I knew it would be, so I agree so much with Carmen's comment. As long as we can start them out with these courses that are all by our staff or people we absolutely know, present like Dan Clark and, of course, Collet and the people that and Chris, then we're in really good shape. But I really would like to take a little longer on some of these others. The fellow from Kansas City, it might be great, but. So I would support that motion as it was written. And again, if you wanna.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? And if there is, then we'll now vote on the motion, which is to approve the board government proposals of courses 1, 2, 4 through 9, and 14 in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, did you abstain, Chris?
No, I just had a question. Those that aren't approved, we want to make sure that there is a referral back to the.
Yeah.
So if it's church staff, assignments with the records of that. So that those that haven't been proposed are lost. Consistent with the commission.
Sure. You need me to say something about that? Okay, that's perfect. Okay. All right. Okay, so the motion has been accepted. Okay, let's go on to the data reporting No, I'm sorry, yeah, the data reporting proposals of the, FY 2027 course catalog. Is there a motion?
Let me open to it. So,
I move that we approve all 8 classes under data and reporting.
I'll second it.
It has been moved and seconded that we accept all the courses under the data reporting proposals of the FY 2027 course catalog. Is there any discussion?
I have an additional point I want to mention. It seems to me that some of these could be listed under 2 different topics. So we should look at that in committee down the road, whether we want to cross list some of these.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll now vote on the motion, which is to approve the data reporting proposals in the FY 2027 course catalog. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. All right, we'll go on to the, oh, it's been passed. I'm sorry. That has been passed. Let's go on to the facility management proposals.
I'm having trouble because mine are out of order from what you're,
Okay, is there,
hang on.
okay,
I'm just trying to get with you. I haven't printed up. I just, give me just a second. Mine were off the guide and they're not the exact same order. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
is there a motion?
I move that under facilities management, we approve courses number 1, 2, and 6 and refer the rest of them back to committee.
Is there a second?
I'll second that, but I'd like to discuss it. I'm gonna
Okay,
get
yes.
facility management.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept under facility management proposals, courses 1, 2, and 6, and refer the rest back to the committee. Is there discussion? Can you explain why?
Yeah, I am a little hesitant about one of the presenters, which is Web Junction, which is why I would like the opportunity to look at some of these. I like the title of them, but going online and looking at the Web Junction website made me a little concerned about the, I don't know if I can say agenda, that I know enough about Web Junction. And I would like to have an opportunity to look at those classes in detail.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would not approve at this point in time anything by Web Junction because I don't feel I've had time to, I've gone to their home and I've gone through all their classes and later on it's more obvious than facilities. But they have, first of all, they've classes by ALA, some of them. They even have some as old as 2015, many that have no relativity to Montana. They have actual courses that for us would be threatening to our government financing. Doing the work externally and internally on race, equity, diversion, and inclusion, serving diverse communities. And I just think, you know, they had a lot on social justice and catering the community voice with LA and the University of Washington Human Rights Department. And I'm just concerned about that we do our due diligence on Web Junction. I think to approve their class, just unless we absolutely need the topic, for me is a real stretch. So I was real uncomfortable with anything by Web Junction, so, and I think the ones that we have offered here by our staff or in-house are very adequate and extremely good.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with hesitancy on Web Junction and watchfulness in that arena. Where do librarians learn network management? hardware and software and where is that in our training?
The library services.
Okay, so I'm ahead of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But again, even just the course, universal design at your library, I felt like that was not really a relevant course for a lot of our librarians anyway. It would be something they could do with their local library and you're going through a building of it, so the design is way out of the hands of the library.
Universal design is an ADA term, I think.
Mhm.
So this is why I want to refer these back to committee, because I don't
Yeah.
want to just say no. I share your concern about the presenter, but there could still be a class that
It's
is
good.
on topic and that we want to be able to offer, which is why I want to refer these back to the committee for a closer look.
I'm curious, does the committee have a goal, the intent of identifying alternatives to cover similar topics that to bring to the commission so that librarians have access to improve courses on those topics?
Yeah, I think we
I think
have
we
we have the broad topics identified as these are things library directors need knowledge on. So it is the intent to fill the catalog under all these categories. So if we end up with no course under facilities management, we have not done our job and we need to find useful material.
Thanks.
I would agree with you. In fact, that's a good point, Chris. I really appreciate it. When we were looking at, we had our last meeting, meet the commissioners with the Montana Library Association. One of the topics we discussed at length was the problem with the homelessness, and they brought that up, the safety of the libraries. They're very concerned about the homelessness and the safety of the people in the library and those coming in. I just myself had a little concern that I'm sure this fellow is wonderful, but from the Chicago, that somebody from Chicago and from working with the globe, around the globe, homeless shelter security. My feeling was, let's find somebody in Montana with law enforcement, et cetera, that can give us a little more help. So yes, I agree with Chris. We need to have, they wanted that topic, so that is one we will get up and running.
And it's also the hope with having the committee and having a constant process for getting proposals that we can respond and find or create content that responds to the questions and the issues that face the libraries now. Because it changes all the time, you know. Really, a lot of societal problems show up in our libraries very quickly.
They do.
And that's what, you know, that's what Tracy encounters when she gets a phone call. Is something happening now? So my hope is that we can keep this catalog relevant with this proposal system that we have in place. And this is just the beginning, but it's a good beginning.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Well, seeing as there's none, we'll now vote on the motion, which is to approve the facility management proposals in the FY 2027 course catalog of 5 courses 1, 2, 6, and referring the rest back to the committee. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay. So, the facility management process of 1, 2, 6 of the FY 2027 course catalog, referring, has been approved by both votes, with the 1, 2, 6 approved and referring us back to the. It's one of the financial management proposals section. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve for inclusion in our current catalog numbers 1, 3, 4, and 5. And that we refer number 2 back to the committee.
No, wait a minute, who was by our staff?
I'll
Happening in the electric roadmap.
Yeah. And I will give my reason for that. I looked at the elective roadmap. And it ties into an issue that's coming up later when we discuss the when we have our ARM discussion regarding serving the community 10.102 that dot 1159. Okay. This ties into that because the roadmap uses that same language that was my motivation for reviewing that administrative rule. And to refresh your mind, it's the everyone has, everyone will, that I felt we need to switch and say the library provides this. Not everyone has access to this because we are not called to mandate what every citizen or every inhabitant of Montana does or doesn't have. We're supposed to tell libraries how to be a really good library. And the roadmap uses that same language. So I just wanted to, if we change our administrative rules today, I want the chance to have that reflected in the roadmap before we put this class in our catalog.
No,
That's the motivation for this.
that's because the class is already done, right, Tracy? Yeah, so we would have to update that. That's what, like, it's nothing, Tracy could of course update the class to fit the new rules if we pass them. But we're just want people out there to understand this is right now probably a class all ready to go. So.
Sure. Question for the state librarian, how long would that rulemaking process take to complete if we were to start that today?
If the commission starts that process today, it would be concluded probably by December.
So, because in the meantime, having this course approved for people to use under the current rule, and then bringing the revised version if the rule changes, or then the reconsideration of the commission, but not having that gap in training under the current rule has not been changed. Would be my observation.
Did you ask Tracy? Tracy, does that leave a gap if we don't approve that for now?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I go back and forth on that one, because I didn't explain this, but some of the way these made it in there is Coley and I observed which items had been asked for credit in this current system, and so this was one of them. And this session was, although it was about the elective roadmap, it was actually librarians who were pursuing kind of mill levy elections or asking for funding, sharing their experience with others, kind of a, here's how it looks in the trenches to go for this kind of thing. So it was tied to the elective roadmap in that was the inspiration, but the training itself was fairly practical. It was like, this is what it looks like in the trenches. So, you know, when you think about that content, I'm okay with giving it credit, because it's actually valuable to talk to people who've been through it. On the other hand, if you're making changes to the roadmap, it's probably not as time pressing. So it's not very helpful.
So it sounds to me like it is a local Montana, very useful class.
Yeah.
Then they can update it later with them.
Right, but I also want to remind the commission that the elective roadmap to excellence is not part of our mandate. It is nice suggestions for doing more. So as far as, you know, going back to why we're doing the certification, we want everyone that runs a library in Montana to have really good core skills. So while this is not a bad thing, it is not part of the core skills. It's suggestions for how to go above and beyond it, but it sounds like really useful content. So.
But the next one would cover that, the library mill levies webinar by Mako.
No, it would not.
It wouldn't, okay.
No, that actually is the legislature has made some pretty significant changes to the
alright.
property tax law. And that was a very concrete, this is what you need to do.
Okay, thank you.
To maintain your current levels. Number two was more, I think, helping other libraries see how Montana library boards and directors, you know, identified what they need and worked with their local governments and communities to obtain the financial resources. So it's more like stabilizing your funding versus the library mill levies webinar, which is, this is how your funding is going to change. what you need to do.
Question for Tracy. How hard would it be to just separate the elective roadmap language from the class? And just retain that valuable content as a class?
To improve library funding and structure, the second part of it.
Yeah, I mean, is that language out of the roadmap actually in the class and pervasive, or is it not?
It is, and that was an entire series we did where we went through each section of the elective roadmap. So when I think about the whole, then it would be kind of, I think, jarring. I don't think technologically it's that difficult to snip the video content out of it. But I would say if you have concerns, you know,
Let's talk.
let's talk
review
about it.
it.
Let's refer to
Okay.
the committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I think some of these others we actually talk about. If you find yourself in a situation where you need to go from those, this is the process.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm getting a little bit, almost emotional. I wanted to just thank the commissioners for taking the time to go through this with us, because it's been a really enlightening and fun process over the last 9 months, getting to this point, but I just really means a lot to have the commissioners take time and understand how important these courses are and how important
Well,
this process is, and I just
you
thank
and
you guys.
Carmen, and
Well,
Tracy and
Tracy
Filet.
and Filet,
I mean,
oh,
wow.
But
So
I
much
just,
fun.
I'm really emotional just wanting to thank you for taking time with this, because it's such an important process. And I know it's a mandate by the law, but it's just more than that. It's helping our local librarians. Thank you. Anyways,
Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, if we all look at the grant seeking for libraries for a second,
don't want it.
That's a web junction.
That's not.
Oh, okay.
so if you look at this, the last sentence of the description, funders are often interested in a diverse set of applicants and communities to distribute their funding to. So I'd like this, I'd like to take a closer look at this before it becomes part of the catalog.
Well, I didn't think that was on our list because it was web junction.
Well,
I
Yes,
agree
it's-
with the web junction thing, and I failed to
Oh,
take that
okay,
into
I
account.
that's
Okay,
fine.
so we need to amend it.
What's the motion?
The motion is to accept the financial management proposals with the inclusion of courses 1, 3, and 4, 5,
1, 3.
with 2 being sent back to the committee.
Or
So
any-
you want to change that to the inclusion of 1, 3, 4 with 2 and 5 be
Yes.
sent back.
That would
So
be my
somebody
amendment,
needs,
yes.
okay, so there's the amendment. Okay,
I second the amendment. We can vote on the amendment.
okay. Okay, so is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? If not, we'll vote on the amendment, which is to accept the financial management proposals of the inclusion of courses 1, 3, 4, and send 2 and 5 back to the committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed. Okay, so the amendment has been approved. Now we need to go to the motion, which was, or is, okay, yeah, which is, yeah, the motion as amended. And which one do I do? Do I do the original one?
So it's the original motion, but now it's been amended to approve 1, 3, and 4 with 2 and 5.
Okay, so now we are going to approve the amended motion, which is to approve the financial management proposals with inclusion of 1, 3, 4, and 5, sending 2 and 5 back to the committee. All those in favor say aye.
1, 3, 4.
I'm sorry. So it's the.
1,
Take
3,
that back.
4.
So, excuse me, let me repeat this. Yeah, no, so I lost it. Okay, so the amended, we would like to approve with the amended motion to approve the financial management proposals with the inclusion of 1, 3, 4, sending 2 and 5 back to committee. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. All right, let's go on to the library.
No,
Comment, please, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
I would just like to point out how thin the financial management selection was. There's another one, policy, that's really thin. And I'm like, those are the nuts and bolts. So we have our work cut out to make sure that in those really dry areas, we have a good selection of classes down the road.
Yes, let's go on to library services proposals. Is there a motion?
I have questions about these.
Now, we had, do
Okay.
you wanna, can we have our discussion on this maybe first, just cause, no?
No, let's take
Okay.
motion first.
All right, well, sometimes, yeah.
Okay, I make a motion. It's a two-part motion. That we approve under library services, courses number 1 through 5,
Don't do this.
numbers 8 to 25, number 37, and numbers 39 to 47, with the caveat that if any of these that I recommend for approval are provided by Web Junction, they will also be referred back to the committee.
I'm sure we just do a quick word search in the.
Yeah,
prepared
that's what I'd
document to
rather
See
do.
where Web Junction appears, if that's the intent of the commission.
We're on the library services, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. And,
Well, there's one right there, lower the stress. Number 3 there.
now, number one
Because
was,
when I went, and I want to explain why I worded the motion this way, I went through with other concerns in mind, which was the cost, specifically that where the costs at TBD. I was not comfortable with that because I just want to know, just like the one very expensive one that I wasn't comfortable with without further investigation. So I looked at several other things, but I neglected to keep in mind the Web Junction concern, which is why I have these numbers that I proposed for approval and then added the caveat that if any of those are taught by Web Junction, they are also going to be referred back to the committee.
I didn't get a second on that motion. Can I get a second?
I second.
Okay. So,
I would like to add where I'm coming from on library services. First of all, I think 51 credits is too many. And secondly, I feel that some of these topics do not have the substance of what our directive is. And they could do it with their own board. They could decide if they want something for their board on that topic or their library.
We're
So-
only certifying directors. Keep that in mind.
Right.
We're only
I
certifying.
didn't mean board members. I meant to go back to them, and librarians go back to their own commission, their boards, whatever, and it's between them and some of these services. So I was being very careful about, is this really a topic that falls under our right to test them and credit them? So. But again, I'm very happy with the ones within our own staff. So,
Tracy?
We have one complication.
Yes.
The course of study actually has some of those Web Junction basics, because they're very much basic library
Yes.
services. So I just would need some guidance if we're not approving LIFT Public Library Fundamentals, LIFT Introduction to Library Collections, LIFT Organizing and Maintaining a Collection, and LIFT Introduction to the Library Catalog. I need guidance on what to do since those are in the approved course of study for the initial certificate.
Right.
So we
Yeah.
don't have anything else in here that deals with those basic topics, is what you're saying. Those are the only ones.
Those are the ones
That we
in the
covered.
library services. If you are curious, actually, any of the LIFT courses and the ABLE courses, they are Web Junction, but they are very much like library basics, library 101. If you've never worked in a library, this is what you need to know about cataloging, classifying, organizing books, and policies that you need. And then the reference interview is helping people with questions and so forth.
I took the able ones and I laughed a lot, but they're
Very
cute.
dated.
70s.
The lift are the kind of the new version of those, trying to give them a little weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I would still like us to review some of the lift. That was some of my concern, but when I went to their language,
Oh, with lift in particular?
well,
Mike-
when I opened their course, go ahead.
My concern with the lift ones that they all said TBD on how much they cost.
Oh, I saw that and I realized that that was somewhat of an error. They are available free to us.
Oh, they're
okay.
free.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Cause it does say license fee on some.
Yes,
Do we don't have a license?
yes, we have a license with Web Junction. Yes. Because they provide these basic courses, and I guess that's a question that the commission needs to wrestle with is, do you want state library staff to take on more of the library services kinds of training? Because the fact is, we get a lot of small library directors who may have good customer service experience or what have you, but they've never
Yeah, I would
cataloged,
agree.
they've never organized.
yes, that seems
collection.
really,
And so Web Junction has been a very helpful for us. It gets quite a bit of.
Well, and then, I mean, how cumbersome would that be for you?
well, I think the
staff?
committee can look for other alternatives in the next 2 months.
Well-
Because we'll be narrowing it down to that. So I think, like, we can narrow down, like the AI, if we can get somebody from Montana or from the state to help us with the AI.
I would like to make a basic comment. I think it would make it easier for me to say yes to like the lift that you think we really need if we had a process in place for reconsidering it after it's been added to the course and taking it out of the course catalog again. I don't think we don't have that mechanism. Once it's in the catalog, it's in. So I think I'm leaning overly cautious. This one, I'm not sure about. I want to look at it again. I understand your concern that we, as of July 1st, and have a hole in the catalog.
Well, we actually have a little bit more than a hole in that the initial course of study says they will take those Lyft Public Library fundamentals, those 4 courses.
Okay,
So if we don't approve them.
we're contradicting ourselves.
But we didn't put in our language lift and Web Junction.
They were always Web Junction. But the initial course of study clearly says you will take.
Which
we've already.
Which we
It's already
have
been
approved.
approved. That's the problem.
Yeah, okay.
Madam Chair, question, tax commissioner covers it. So next fiscal year, they could be. So it would be approval for this year and then perhaps an adjustment.
Oh, no, we can be approving these all along.
Right, but
But taking
the commissioner's concern was whether it could be taken out.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
it
maybe
was.
a chance to put it in next year.
The administrative rules of Montana says the commission will review the initial course of study every fiscal year at your June meeting. So I would assume that as the committee works, one of the things the committee will be charged with is looking at the course of study and making a recommendation to the commission by their June meeting to change it or keep it, and then going forward. So Chris is correct. You could approve those knowing that it's only for 1 year. And the course catalog is a living dynamic document that can be added to and things removed. I mean, I would share there's not a lot out there for these particular topics. There's paid things, but there isn't actually a lot of options that we could find. I'm certainly open to kind of continuing to look, but that was why we added these.
Thank you, Tracy, for keeping us from contradicting ourselves. Can I simply amend my motion, or do I need to propose an amendment? If it's my
Can
motion,
she withdraw her motion?
you could withdraw your
Okay.
motion and then you can motion with the consent of the chair. If there's no objection.
You may withdraw your motion.
Okay, I would like
Unless-
to
Unless there's an objection. Okay, all right.
withdraw my motion and make a new one. I move that we approve courses number 1 through 5, 8 through 26, number 28, 32, 35, 37, and 39 through 47. And leave it at that.
So no.
And send the rest back for,
And refer the remainder
wanna-
back to committee.
Did you want to mention Web Junction in that?
No, because those
Okay.
lift ones are Web Junction.
Okay,
So the
so, and
And so
refer
they-
the rest back to,
I'll second it.
is there any further discussion?
Can we have a minute to look through those?
Sorry,
You
Can we
said
just
that
have a
they were
minute?
the ones in the course of study.
Yeah, I tried to add those 4 numbers. Hopefully I did it right. But for the record, the intention is to get those 4 classes that are mentioned in the course of study to be included in the catalog right now.
And these are the lift courses, correct?
so
For
28
4 of
is
those.
introduction to the library catalog. 32 is introduction to library collections. 35 is organizing and maintaining the collection. And 26, public library fundamentals.
Yeah. And those are the 4 from the course of study. Needs to be in there. Yeah. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment?
Library 1 to 5, 8 to 25.
Okay, so it has, seeing as there's no further discussion or public comment, we're going to, I ask you to approve under library services 1 through 5, 8 through 26, 28, 32, 35, 37, 39 to 47 in the fiscal year 2027 course catalog with,
And refer,
yes, and refer the rest back to the committee.
Okay, would you repeat them again? I'm sorry.
1 through 5, 8 through 26, 28, 32, 35, 37, 39 through 47. I feel like we're playing bingo. I'm calling bingo.
With no prizes.
Yeah, no prizes. Lunch at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor, sorry, did I ask for an aye? Did I ask for a vote?
Not yet.
that's what.
Okay. Okay, may I have a vote of, so if you're in favor, say aye.
I,
Okay, any opposed?
Yay, oh, that's me.
You wanna say no?
Yes, I haven't studied those enough.
Okay.
So for the record, all
Yes,
in favor except
Except
Candy
Pam,
was name. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go on to personnel management proposals. Is there a motion to accept the fiscal year 2027 course catalog personnel management proposal?
I move that we approve. I'm gonna word this differently. I move that we approve all courses under personnel management except numbers 4 and 12, which will go back to the committee.
4 and 12.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Oops.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
You can talk.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend my motion.
Yeah, because it's not.
just
Okay, if you weren't quite.
Oh,
finished,
withdraw the motion.
Withdraw the motion?
Withdraw the motion.
Yeah, because
Withdraw
there are
motion.
ones there.
Okay.
Okay, so could I have a motion about the personnel management proposals?
I move that we approve all classes under personnel management except number 4 and number 12 and any that are taught by Web Junction.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve all courses except for 4 and 12 and any courses taught by Web Junction in the personnel management proposals of the FY 2027 course catalog. And refer those back to me. Does that make sense, everybody?
I had a question.
Is there discussion?
yeah.
Go ahead.
Jenny, Tracy, number one, how you can handle challenging conversations. That's a little loosey-goosey topic. So was this summit, are they from Montana?
You know, did not submit this one, so I was not sure what the context was.
Yeah, I wasn't really comfortable not knowing more about it if it wasn't a Montana group we've heard of. I would have liked to know more about that.
Webinar presented in conjunction with summit.
I was comfortable with that one because I'm trying to balance also the thought of, renewal certifications and people who don't need the basics. So I'm wanting to very strongly encourage the basics and then still offer some variety for people who are going through this the second or third time. And this is maybe a little bit peripheral, but I thought if you have, managed people for 10 years and you're coming back to the certification, it seemed harmless enough and a good variety, but I agree, I don't know much about the presenter. But I actually like the idea that it's not necessarily, it's just how to get along with employees more or less. And possibly also with frustrated patrons, so.
And then number 2, the Cindy Carpenter. That is a Montana person doing Montana, so I like that topic. I thought that was helpful. And then you approved 3, yes, that's the same person. And then 4 was,
It's the elective roadmap.
Yeah,
Again,
and
I just
that-
want to look at it.
yes, okay. And anything with Tracy is good. The University of Vermont hiring well and getting your new employees off to a good start. I wasn't, not having had time to look at it better or listen to it, I wasn't really concerned with somebody from Vermont telling us how to hire people. Good, bad, or indifferent. I just wanted to stay with what we knew. Have you heard that?
Do you want to make
That is a Web Junction.
That's a Web Junction,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that,
There are
So that's
several web
included,
junctions.
yeah.
so that would not, but if.
so
He's gonna
those
be
now,
here. that.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
did you
yeah,
add
all
that the
those
second
would-
time through? Because I
would
was
come back
thinking
to
about
us.
it. Okay,
so we're giving ourselves a lot more work.
yeah,
Tammy.
I don't mind,
But
I
I'm
just didn't have
okay.
time at this point.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, is there any public comment? Okay, if there is none, we'll now vote on the motion, which is to approve all courses in the personnel management proposal section of the FY 2027 course catalog, except 4, 12, and any taught by Web Junction, while referring these all back to committee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Did that include the homeless? Or was that excluded? Because we already excluded them.
I believe all of those might have been library services or facility management.
Yeah, I think they were.
Let me just double check, but I
Okay,
don't believe.
but I thought
It
we,
was under library services, the homeless ones, and
But
I
we
think they were
included it.
included, yeah.
No, this is number 12, staffing support, which I took out in my motion.
okay,
That one is going back to the committee.
Oh,
the homeless,
That's the
Which-
one called staffing support.
Oh, sorry, okay.
no, I just was saying, we already.
Oh,
took
there,
out
I
the
see,
homeless,
I see.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
Okay,
That one's going back to the committee.
okay, so I will, I
got
vote
it.
yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it was fine. I was thinking that there was other ones in the library services also that
So yes,
were excluded, or, yeah, brought back to committee.
so I'm a
Okay, so that was.
a yay.
Yeah, that was. Okay.
Anonymous.
Let's go on to
Unanimous.
plan proposals.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to accept the planning proposals section of the FY 2027 first catalog?
They're all
Oh dear.
I
have that.
move that we approve class number 1 under planning and refer to the 5 back to the committee.
I second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the FY 2027 first catalog planning costs proposals. Course number 1, while referring 2 through 5 back to committee.
And is that because of the roadmap thing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And just to alleviate any concerns at this point, of course, down the road, I hope we have more than one class under there, but
That we
in the course of study, that's the one class we mentioned that you need to take for your initial, is that class number 1, so that one will be in the catalog. So we're not keeping people from moving forward.
Tracy, if it has a cost, is that the cost we pay for each librarian, or is that the cost they pay?
You know, we really struggled with that because our interpretation of the form is you want to know what we pay. And for some of these, though, there is a cost for the library, but we don't pay. That's their choice. That's what I mean.
How much does the state agency pay total per year
For
for these kind of courses?
so for the web junction, our contract is at 5,600
The whole.
for the whole kit and caboodle. Yep. And we could get you numbers on how many people use it. And then in your budget that you approve, you'll notice that I had money for workshops. And so that varies depending on how big the workshop is. So this year I asked for 7,500. We are anticipating another wave of library directors retiring. And so we have had requests from board members to do succession planning, particularly for that position. And so we would like to hire someone with that expertise to walk them through a plan for their library. And then in years past, we've done like a fall workshop, which was 15,000 last year. And we had a number of presenters come and do those sessions. A lot of the funding now for these is actually the federations, and it's that 4,000 that you gave to each federation, and they use it for these different individuals to come in. It allows them to hire someone that's not us. Not that they don't like us, they like us, but it's nice for them to hear it. And to be able to like see Dan Clark or Ashley Kent or Shelby.
This question about cost reminds me that maybe we need to have another informational thing under our rubric that is cost to participant. Because we don't want to end up with a catalog that costs us practically nothing, but in order to get credits, we're forcing the libraries to buy very expensive materials. So we need to make sure that our catalog contains things that are free or done in-house or that we pay for. It needs to be a mix. We can certainly offer classes, you know, we want to do that you get credit for, but you have to hire this $1,000 presenter for. That's perfectly legit, but we can't only have that in our catalog.
Good point.
So we need to cover that, so it might be just interesting for people trying to look at what they can take to see, you know, cost to the state library for us to decide is none. But for people trying to select material, for them to know, well, if you want to take this, there's a fee to you. So,
If it makes you feel better, we definitely took that into consideration.
mhm,
You know, Coley and I added most of these course proposals based on a review of what librarians have taken and the most popular credits, as well as what we've heard as needs. And we definitely took into consideration cost, because so many of our libraries don't have much money.
and I'm sure when they look at what to take, that's one of the first things they look at if they have a very small budget.
Yep.
So that's maybe that's a self-regulating thing, maybe we don't,
I think it is.
okay.
Tracy, under the ones we're discussing now, some of them say that just staff, is it, are those not done yet? Or are they all?
Looking at.
Oh, navigating the electric roadmap of excellence and navigating the
It says presenter.
better access to materials, and it says just that board development.
Oh,
Are those already done or
they're
are
already
they?
done.
Okay, cause
Yep.
Oh, okay, so we will probably have those ready to go at the next one if we make just minor changes in law, or maybe, we'll see.
I think it depends on what you decide to do.
Yeah,
with the
I
robot.
think so too. Okay,
Okay, let's go ahead. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, if not, we will go on to vote on the motion, which is to the FY 2027 course catalog section planning proposals that we accept course number 1 and refer 2 through 5 back to committee. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. It's been approved. I'm not gonna go through and read that again, so, okay, let's go to the policy proposals.
I move that we approve the 2 courses listed under policy.
I second.
Okay, it's been approved and seconded that we approve the 2 courses under the policy proposals section of the FY 2027 course catalog. Is there any discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing as there is none, we'll vote on the FY 2027 course catalog section policy proposals, and approve the 2 courses. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
The record will reflect the abstention from the other.
Thank you. All right. Okay, we're ready for the federation, so they need to, does anybody need a quick?
Like a 5-minute
Yeah,
break.
Okay, by that time, we'll be able to get them in here.
Again, thank you for all that.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute break.
Thank you for
Yes.
all that.
Okay, we're not here from the central.
She has a hard
Okay. My dad was what's that? Oh, he was no here. We need to stop
We're gonna
that.
turn it off for the break.
The 4-year-old.
It is.
It's curly hair.
All right, so we are on to our fiscal year 2027 Federation's plans of service. Are there any questions that need to be asked to make this, to make it more understandable to, so that we can ask? If not, okay, is there a motion to accept the fiscal year 2027 Federation plans of service?
Madam Chair, I move to the State Library Commission accept the fiscal year 27 Federation Plan for Service for all the federations.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept that the Montana State Library accepts the fiscal year 2027 Federation Plan of Service from all federations. Is there any discussion? Thank you for your work. Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just had a general question. Where do those 5 programs come from? Did the commission at some point create those 5 programs that are in the budget?
There's, yeah, program 1, administrative costs, program 2. No, program 1, annual meetings, program 2, continuing education, program 3, resource sharing and technology, program 4, community outreach, program 5, building planning.
I'm trying to remember how long ago we implemented a more standard plan of service model. It came after discussion between the Federation coordinators and the commission when we realized that the federations were largely spending their dollars in more or less the same way. And so it was a more efficient process to have this more standard.
This is really historical knowledge. It is, yeah, Nancy and I can answer this. Yes, we did notice that they were the same, but I think Carmen's question is like, how did they originally come about?
And are they useful or are they still relevant? Is it within the commission's purview to adjust them if they need adjusting?
That's a great question, and I'm gonna answer it partially to give you the background and the history and what is allowable. And then I think it would be a great question to ask the coordinators. Just put them on the hot spot. That's what I'm here for. The administrative rules of Montana do give the commission the authority to set. And what it is they're supposed to tie it to the plan, strategic plan of the state library and to the work of the state library. But the administrative rules of Montana combined with the Montana Code annotated do outline kind of the ways that the funding can be used. So for instance, the resource sharing and technology, the resource sharing has always been kind of recognized as a pivotal role of federations. And so I think that one's kind of almost more driven by the law as much as administrative rules of Montana. These other ones grew over the course of time where the past commissions kind of felt like they were a good use of the funds. And it was, I would say, driven both from the top and the bottom. But I think that would be a great question to ask the coordinators about whether or not they're still useful and if they'd like to change them or what they sense the needs are for their libraries.
Because I noticed a lot of $0 going to certain purposes. And so I'm like, well, do we need to keep that in there if nobody wants to use the funds for that?
Yeah.
Well, I think I would say that when individual libraries are reporting on how they spent their allotments, there are many who are using it to pay their MSC bill. And for example, that would go under program 3. This is for, I think this is more for centralized spending when you're looking at the plan of service.
Right, it's for the federation as a whole. So it looks to me like most of the federations are giving most of the money to individual libraries to do with as they see fit.
No, the libraries are required to spend it on those programs areas. So they have to use it for resource sharing and technology or continuing education or so forth. That's what CARES.
Okay, so that's just not transparent to us in looking at this plan.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the only thing we're kind of required is when we gave more money here and we said for trustee,
The 4,000 rating for each federation.
yeah, to try to get relationships with trustees and boards.
Yeah,
Yes, and
Yeah.
when you receive the federation reports at your October meeting, you will be able to see how those funds were spent. More specific to.
okay, I've got a question also. So Broadwater spent, and I'm not picking on any Broadwater, I'm just saying, on continuing education, the $3,000, and that was funds for the program used to support the costs, of librarians, library staff and trustees. So that would be part of that $4,000, correct? And then,
In Broad Valleys.
yeah, Broad Valleys.
I think that some of that was spent at their retreat where they
Okay,
had
got it.
training for. the
Okay, so does that come under administrative expenses or?
That annual
meeting.
Where is that? Oh, there it is, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Got it. Oh, okay, so then there's other ones that have the 4,000 under continuing education. And then, for the Tamarack, I'm just wondering this. So there's 0 under continuing education.
Yeah, it's all under that meeting.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I just.
And, okay, perfect. That's just what I was wondering.
Now, would it be helpful or cumbersome? If we ask the form have where they put the 4,000? I don't want to make it more cumbersome for you, because we know that you're using it for trading, so. Would it be helpful to just ask them to make that one of the things?
Clarify, please.
I don't know.
In the budget
or
would you
in
like
the
to
report?
know
In the
whether, how,
report.
whether.
Just in the report where it said most of you are putting it under continuing education, but just to have it kind of,
Well, from attending the Tamarack
Right.
Federation personally, the annual meeting in person is where
the 4,000.
the trustee training
Mhm.
happens for my federation. So makes sense to me that Tamarack put it under the annual meeting.
Right,
But it's not immediately visible to us in this format that those $4,000 are being used for trustee training.
I'm just thinking.
Because it
about-
can end up in different spots depending
Right.
on how they do that
I'm
training.
just thinking for future commissions to see the consistency. And because that was a designated expenditure, it might be helpful to say under the budget summary on each one of them. Use of 4,000 training, and it could just say. Meeting, continuing it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was just a line item, because it's a line item we pointed to.
Designated for that.
Then it might just clarify for futures to say. Annual meeting. Regional meeting, continuing ed, whatever you guys.
If that wasn't a burden.
Yeah,
for-
that's what I'm saying. It's not
Just one
cumbersome.
line, if you said that 4,000 was put toward our annual meeting, or 3,000 was put towards continuing ed, and 1,000 was put towards our annual meeting, if that could just be. Is that too hard? Would that be difficult? Do you understand what we're saying?
I do, but I'm thinking, don't we already do that?
It's kind of.
Yeah,
spelled out
yeah,
well,
later.
no, because I just had to ask
Yeah.
where it was.
I think-
So, it's not consistent
Okay. I
across
think
the
that's it,
federation.
yeah.
That's what I'm.
That's all, and all we want is one sentence saying, this is where it is.
I think with designated funds. It's nice to have a consistent expenditure item.
You know, I think the simplest way to do that perhaps is to add another program that just says trustee training.
Yeah.
And has the 4,000 and a description of how they use it.
Perfect.
What she says.
Okay.
Let's use it. So we're not questioning, because we know you're using it good, or well, it just gives us a way to look at it and say pinpoint, there it is, oh, good.
So does that require the commission to change this format or not?
Not in the past. In the
No,
past, you've just,
If we could just ask you to do. that.
yeah, that's
Thank
what I
you.
do.
Okay.
Tracy, do it. Okay, there we go. All right, is there any further? Sorry, Grace, or Kara. There you go, Kara.
Coordinators do it, right?
Yeah,
that's.
And then you delegate to your staff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, is there any further discussion?
Well, the only discussion I have is, wouldn't it be wonderful if every federation got that kind of a big money thing they got up at Big Sky?
What?
Oh,
Big
the
Sky?
money at Big Sky that they gave them.
I read about that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, I
They
didn't
got a
know that.
private donation?
Oh. Yes, that would be really lovely.
Did they have a public library at Big Sky? They don't have public, was it the school library?
No, it's,
Combined in the
it's-
school.
yeah, and they gave
What
them,
I went to.
Oh,
they got-
did they finally get a good relationship?
Is it called Old Time?
No,
That's the-
I thought it was
It
this.
starts with an O. Ofer, Ofer, O-P-H-I-R, Ofer. Ofer. That's where Miss Rodeo Montana is a sign language interpreter. That's where she works, at Ofer. Yep. Okay, anyway.
I did
Sorry.
have a question for our people there. This is a question that's been nagging on me. We're looking at courses that are helpful to you with the training. And what I've been tossing around, because I'm not sure we need it and I don't know, is how to spot embezzling in the library staff. Would a course on that be helpful? I kind of couldn't, I figured,
I'm sorry.
who's embezzling money? You've only
has
got a
enough money
budget
to
of
embezzle?
That's what I thought. And so I felt like I was being, I didn't mean to be minimizing, but when I saw that, I thought, do we really need a course on how to avoid embezzling? And I thought, well, you took $50, did you take your family out for steak dinner? No, but.
McDonald's.
Yeah, McDonald's. But is something like that just too big for most of the?
I don't think so,
Mhm.
honestly. I mean, it depends on individual libraries.
Yeah, would you-
And embezzlement can mean other things than cash too. It could mean books, it could mean supplies.
So something about watching out for crime in your library could be helpful. Okay, thank you.
I've never.
I think the smaller libraries will kind of look at it and go, what?
Yeah.
But the bigger libraries may find it more useful.
Are there
Okay.
courses on
Okay.
internal controls and auditing that would include how to watch for that kind of fraud?
That would be good to include it.
Mhm, okay, that might be.
And small ones.
Oh, no.
Okay, is there any further discussion so that we can let, yes, Kara, go ahead.
I would just like to mention that we have two new coordinators coming on this next fiscal year. And we'd like to thank Jonna Underwood here from Golden Plains for her service as
Well,
federation
Donna's done?
coordinator.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Donna's done, that sounds like a song.
You can make a song.
So Megan Haddix from the Glasgow County State Library will be taking over as Golden Plains coordinator. And also we have Susan Gregory online from Bozeman, and she's going to pass over the Broad Valleys Federation coordination duties to Christina Koch from Virginia City.
Thank you.
So thank
Hi,
you,
Susan.
Christina, and thank you, Susan, for
Hi.
your service.
How are you?
Yes, thank you, Susan, for your service. It's been,
Well,
thank
thank you. Thank you very much.
And I know that we had Sarah Peterson and Val Frank online. They were not able to join us in person today, but they're with us on.
thank you. All right, well, we'll go ahead and vote to accept, okay. Okay, so I guess. We didn't, okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we accept, yes, we did have a motion, sorry about that, that we accept the FY 2027 Federation plans of service from all the federations. Seeing we've already had our discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, so it has been passed that we accept the FY 2027 budget requests from the federations and the plans of service. Okay,
Thank you for,
Yes.
again, all your work.
Is there anything any of these coordinators would like to tell the commission?
yeah, do you want to, would you like to present? We have a list of you, so it's up to you if you'd like to tell us anything.
Would
or-
you introduce?
Oh, yeah, so we have,
Introduce.
yeah, well, John, if you didn't mind.
Donna Underwood, Sheridan County Library, Hollywood.
And you're representing.
The Golden Plains.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Great Plains. I don't know why. I just had to stop myself. It's the Golden Plains Federation. Yeah.
I'm Christina Koch from the Thompson Hickman Madison County Library in Virginia City. Very long name.
Yeah.
And I will be taking over for Susan Gregory for Broad Valleys Federation.
Thank you.
I'm Abby Dooley. I'm from the Marquette County Public Library in Polson, and I'm the coordinator for the Tamarack Federation. And yeah, it's been business as usual. We had our retreat this last spring. Looking forward to the next one next year.
Nancy Schmidt of Laurel Public Library and the coordinator for South Central Federation. And you'll see a change in mine. We are no longer going to try to do the regional meetings. Montana Weather did not cooperate anytime we finally went. So we had our discussion in March. I don't know, days are running together. And we just decided it's not gonna work out. So each library is gonna do training. So again, any training you want to offer us, we'll see what we can do for it.
And I can't remember who's our liaison with them this year.
So what?
Is it you, Peggy? Who's
The
the
federation
liaison?
person?
Who's
Oh,
the,
no, we all. no,
We
there's
all-
no
right,
better-
we're all
we all
going.
go, yeah.
yeah, but
Okay.
I just
We don't
wanted
really have
to
a,
say that the
Hold
one
on.
year. I
There's
was
still, there's a couple on,
Oh,
a
sorry.
couple more. Val, would you go? Are you,
Yes, can you hear me?
yep, we can hear you.
Okay. Yep, I'm Valerie Frank. I am the director at the Blaine County Library in Chinook and the Pathfinder Federation coordinator. And we've just been pretty much business as usual.
Great. And Val does a great job. I usually go to the Pathfinders and she does great.
Thank you.
Okay, and Sarah?
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Peterson. I'm the director of the Miles City Public Library and coordinator of the Sagebrush Federation. We are also kind of business as usual, and in the kind of at the next meeting, definitely talking about our bylaws, which we're on schedule to take a look at again. So that's what we have coming down.
Great.
And Sarah, remind us, your next meeting in the fall will be the day before the commission meeting? Is that what the Federation agreed?
Correct.
Great.
Now, off the top of my head, of course, I can't tell you that date, but yes, the day before.
Okay, yeah,
Great, thank you.
right. We'll be going to Sarah's library in October. Okay, and so is there anything in particular that you would like to tell us or that you want us to do for you or anything at all? Anybody?
Robin, this is Susan Gregory in Bozeman.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to all of you. I love working with you, and having been the Broad Valleys coordinator has been really a pleasure. I also know Christina is going to do a wonderful job. And I think this came up with some of the other course recommendations. I just wanted to encourage the commission to allow local libraries to work with their local law enforcement for different kinds of safety training. I know in Bozeman, we work closely with the Bozeman Police Department and also the Gallatin County Sheriff's Department. And those entities have already robust training programs in place, and those programs are free. So I would just say that we've benefited from those, and hopefully other libraries could too. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, Donna, we're gonna miss seeing your face.
oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure. It really, I've learned a lot, and
too.
it's been it's been a good, really good experience. And the training funds have been useful for our federation and for our trustees. You know, it's, you know, opened their eyes to library service and working with libraries. So it's been a good thing for our good too. And Megan Haddix is taking over. I promised I'd hold her hand. She's not giving me hand holding. She's great. She's gonna do a good job for Golden Plains too, so.
And which library is she from?
She's at Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much for traveling. Lonnie came a long way. Yeah. We appreciate you coming, all of you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Let's go on. We'll go on. Our statewide mental health planning, Megan Keough, she has an appointment at noon and we are done at noon, so she will not be joining us today. She'll come back another day. So sorry about that. We'll go on to our library approaches to managing parental concerns about library content. This is a discussion item. Anybody have anything to discuss?
I thought that as a jumping off, the form you gave us was very helpful as a jumping off place. I really firmly believe this is a topic that we need to address. Even before that lady talked to us. I think one thing that kept coming through for her presentation, which I thought was very well handled for the emotional situation, was the word grooming, that she felt like things were being put in libraries to groom her children, and it would be really a terrifying concept. Anyway, I'm looking, there's the paper. So I thought, and if we have this, Jenny, is this just like, would we make some of these things as recommendations to local libraries, or what would you see us doing to take this one step further to help them keep themselves out of trouble? Because I know that they're changing what's in the libraries in the school system now. That the school libraries were directed by the legislature. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that? No, they
I
have.
need to go back and
Yeah.
refresh my memory on that legislation that passed in 2023. I can't recall.
Legislation, Madam Chair, the legislation approved in 2023 authorized school districts to adopt policies that had a stricter definition of those setting than the state law. That was the final outcome of the legislation.
Okay,
So
so they allowed them to do that.
But
they had to be
the provision in the statute now says that nothing in the statute prohibits a school district board of trustees from adopting a more rigid definition of those things. So that recognizes the role of the board of trustees under Article 10, Section 8, with supervision and control within the Constitution. That's with the board of trustees. They have that authority to adopt
More,
stricter
can you tell me what it is again?
the authorization that in Article 10, Section 8 of our Constitution, the authority of boards of trustees to supervise and control the school district.
28 or 30?
Article 10, Section 8.
Okay,
It states that the boards of trustees have the supervision and control the schools within the school district governed by that board of trustees. And so the statute in Title 45 with the obscenity laws states that nothing in the statute restricts a board of trustees from adopting a more rigid definition. And so that's the authorization.
Now, can OPI set tighter standards?
Office of Public Instruction would be able to have to work with the Board of Public Education to adopt administrative rules on school library governance. That would be
Right, it would be done with the Board of Public Ed. So the Board of Public Ed can set tighter standards, because they have been, I think.
Well, whether they could, they were able to look subject to a type of authority recognized by the Board of Trustees, and whether the Board of Public Ed was attempting to supersede the authority of the local Board of Trustees would then be subject to court reviews. Kept by the state to dictate to a local school district outside of the authority of the legislature.
And OPI basically says that there's local control. Correct.
And so that all comes into play with that provision in the Constitution about the authority of the local board of trustees, as each school district is a different communities that locally elected board holds that authority to make informed decisions about the needs of that community, the schools, the students within those schools. And so legislature has authority to set those terms, or Public Ed has authority to set standards, more accreditation and the like, but that all comes back to the authority of the local board based on the input from their voters, taxpayers, parents, as to how that school district is going to be governed. So it all works together, recognizing local control while reported in the state policymakers.
Right. So have we or should we inform the school libraries that this authority rests, or this permission to make stricter definitions has been given to their local school board?
Yeah, that
They would-
information has been
Okay,
shared.
perfect.
Yes.
But in reality, there is nothing for public libraries.
No. Tom, is there anything the interim committee is discussing at all with this or not really?
I don't know. I'll bring up something that I mentioned in a previous meeting. It was South Carolina Board of Education, or whatever it's called, the equivalent of our Board of Education, decided to tackle this project as pertains to schools, school libraries. And maybe their constitution is tolerant of this move, but they examined a list of troubling books, unworthy books. And according to a criteria that they set out for to find the worst of the worst, or non-complying books with the standards that they set, they deemed 22 certain books unworthy of school libraries of any age, K-12. And then they said that if any district determined that if any district said, we're not going to allow that book, it would be applied statewide. So it doesn't sound like our constitution allows that with the authorities of the boards. But this list of 22 books is interesting, and I don't dare myself to look into any of the books, but I have the list of the titles. And I examined the catalogs of the 2 high schools that are in Bozeman to see the presence of these books, and the Bozeman Public Library. So of the 22, 16 are housed at the Bozeman Public Library, which is outside the purview of the South Carolina Action public libraries. But the one high school had 10 of the 22, and the other high school had 11 of the 22. Just a point of interest.
Yeah, some of these very controversial books are still in the school libraries, I know. I think that we are coming closer and closer to a flashpoint, I would call it, with the public, where they are very concerned about the presence of books, I would say, in this preteen section, or whatever it's being called now, that are bordering on what many parents would consider, and I would consider pornography, especially the picture books, the graphic novels. They're very, very close to what would be, I think, by any normal parent standard, considered pornography. So I think this is a boiling issue that's not going away. So I thought that what some of these suggestions were very good, but I don't know how far we can go, and except to say that it may be very timely for you to consider these things. I thought one of the best points she brought up was the checking out of the movies. You know, that you could go check out a movie you can't go to. Or sit there in the library and watch a movie that's R-rated that you're not allowed to see and you're 10 years old. I just thought that was really bordered on some interesting points that honestly I had not thought of.
It's an interesting intersection between legal and other considerations. Maybe it would behoove us to have a class, maybe with Chris's help. And the title could be Managing Parental Concerns about Library Content, and it could contain the legal half of it, and then include this list of suggestions. You know, that you don't only have to tread the legal line, you also have to listen to your community. I mean, you cannot do anything that is illegal, but you may go beyond that and decide our teen section will not have XYZ, even though legally we are allowed as a public library to put it there, we're choosing not to. In response to parent concern in your community, and the next public library over is not under this constraint and shelves it different. So there's the legal concern that all the libraries have to comply with, and then there is responding to your community. You know, one of the things that Flathead County Library tried to do, and we did it in our policies, is to just say the only distinction legally we can make is over 18 and under 18. That's the only legal guidance.
What?
Under 18 or over 18.
Okay.
There's a legal definition of minor. That's the only thing we can really stand on for what we're doing and how we're shelving and where we're putting stuff. But within that, there are books that are aimed at children that treat very difficult issues. We established a parent resource section. We don't want your 5-year-old to come across this accidentally and look at the pictures. But for a family that has had child abuse, this book would be a useful tool for the parents to help the child navigate a trauma. But we're not putting it in front of every. So we've in policy set the legal parameters and then given ourselves a little bit of leeway. So I think managing that is it's continuing to boil. I agree with you. This rose to us with this person coming in to talk to us. It might be time to address it in the class.
We're losing we can, if we're not careful, lose the issue of trust. I think people are we're losing the issue of trust, the entire country, and trust in our agencies.
Flathead County Library has lost part of their population because of that trust.
Yeah, so
And I can't pinpoint exactly, I don't want to pinpoint, you know, what kind of community of people it is that's no longer coming, but they have decided not to trust us anymore. And we're working hard to say we are doing everything we can to regain trust, especially for families, because literacy and small children is a core.
It's a core
desire to promote that literacy.
and safety. I think one of the points that Carmen's made before that I would just like to remember at any time we discuss it. We are never talking about book banning. We're never talking about, when they put that out with the American Library Association loves to do that. I mean, it's almost on a regular basis, their articles, oh, be careful, they're book banning again. We're not banning any books. I mean, you can still go get them on Amazon. You can walk into the store and order them at Barnes and Nobles. You can get them whatever you want. They're available. Nobody has banned a book. We're just saying that the library cannot in any reality carry every book. They just can't. There isn't the space, there isn't the money. They make choices every day. There are literally millions of topics of children's books that you could, and the number that are being made now, especially with self-publishing that are coming out, is just overwhelming. So they're always going to have to make choices. So we're always just talking about how do you make good choices. And I think one of the other issues that some of the people I've talked to say they're wrestling with is that if when they say they need to reflect their community, there is a change in the fact that if somebody comes in and says, well, you know, I am 14 and I am a gay person, doesn't mean that there have to be 15 books to represent that person. You still have to say yes, but within the entire community, where does that fall? Have we gone overboard in meeting, you know, as you were saying, a book about abused children? You still have to make some decisions about which ones are better, how many, and where do you put them? So they're still reaching the need. They're saying I'm reflective of every person in the community may not be a reasonable goal either, you know.
So what I like about this document that we have, it kind of sources some solutions locally. And maybe this is an issue we should refer to the continuing education committee and considered looking for a class or creating a class that would address this and going out to the Montana public library community and say, have you encountered this? What did you do? How did you deal with it? How did you diffuse the issue? How did you find a solution? What did you do? And this list is a beginning. I mean, I think this came from soliciting that feedback. And I think that's a good way in general to create relevant and timely content for our continuing education. This could be one of those things that where we're trying in real time to give help. Just like, homeless people in the library, what solution have you found? How have you dealt with this? Is another timely issue that.
Because even if you haven't, you are going to. At some point, I guarantee it.
And the one thing that impressed me was how quickly the problems rise to the top in the really small libraries. The bigger ones have more space, more employees to deal with it. The small libraries, the problems rise to be in their face right away, so.
Madam Chair, a number of the trainings that the commission approved that I delivered addressed some of these topics. The First Amendment, the Constitution includes the right to access information, the right to free speech, but it also includes the right to petition the redress of grievances. And that's where this issue comes to a head, because we all know in Montana, the government closest to the people governs best. And so when we have a process in place required by the First Amendment to bring a concern to that local library, then you can resolve that at the local government level, and making sure that parents, taxpayers, citizens are able to exercise all aspects of the First Amendment to access information, to use the library for public meetings, and to petition for redress of grievances helps make sure that their rights under the Constitution are honored. And so having awareness of that process, for requests for review of collection, requests for review of policies, requests for review of materials within the collection, I think is important for those local libraries to make local decisions about the needs of the patrons in the community. Part of that discussion in another training delivered with the state library is the rights of parents under state law. And as part of that discussion in 2019, 2021 sessions about the rights of parents under the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the state government, local governments not interfering with those rights. Parents to raise their child, instill moral upbringing, make informed decisions about the content of their education and accessing information. And so local libraries, local school districts are managing that as they have for 150 years, but now it's codified in law that we have that obligation to work with parents. And so that comes as a part of the ability and the rights of people to bring those types of concerns to their local library and have it resolved at the local level. In this situation, I think it's unfortunate that resolution didn't occur to the satisfaction of parents and brought to our attention. So it's another opportunity for the library commission and the state library to be leaders on informing people of their responsibilities. Local libraries inform people of their rights as citizens of Montana. So if there's any opportunity to deliver a training or develop one, we'd be happy to participate and help bring that to people's attention in an objective way.
And I don't know how many times the State Library Commission in the past received requests to adjudicate stuff that we are not called to deal with. But if this continues to happen, that would point to the need for such a class that would teach not only the librarians, but maybe they could even tell the member of the public, please watch this as part of the resolution process to understand your rights. To keep things from bubbling to our level, because that's not appropriate. They should be solved locally.
A very brief conversation with Bobby at the State Library about citizen-facing trainings that are not necessarily for libraries, that are for citizens, and engagement with the local library board and the rights under the open meeting law for public comment, public records, accessing documents. Those are opportunities that I think, again, opportunities for leadership to help people be aware of their rights, and something that, could be useful. Not giving legal advice, of course, but just making sure people are aware. And here's where you can find a policy. If you're looking for a process, here's the keywords in a local government website where to find that information and how to be confident and comfortable in a public meeting so that you can approach your policymakers and your elected or appointed officials to voice your opinion. Every Montana knows they have the right to tell the government whatever they want, when they want to. So helping do so in a responsible way could be useful.
One of my concerns on this is that I heard from people who are frustrated on this issue, and I can tell you that when I used to air Aaron Flint's talk show in Montana Talks, and I subbed for him quite a bit. And it was a topic people would call in and want to talk about on a regular basis with him and with me. But I think we have to be careful of the frustration public feels when they feel everybody's passing the responsibility. And what I hear the most is when people go into their local library and say, I'm frustrated with these books, these are pornography. They say, well, we can't do anything about it. The librarians say, we can't do anything about it. And then, well, who can? Well, maybe you should talk to the library commission. Well, maybe you should. So people feel like they pass the buck. So again, I think it would be really good if the library does have, of course, a thing to handle that whole frustration. One of my friends who owned a restaurant, well, 3 restaurants in Bozeman, used to tell me that the best thing you can do for a restaurant is tell them when you're unhappy with the food. They will make it right. They want to make it right. And that research shows that if you don't like something and you will go tell 20 people that you really disliked it and had a bad meal. If they give you a chance to make it right, you will tell at least 10 people how grateful you were and come back. Well, that's a plus of 30 for them. So restaurants want the chance to make it right. So I really do want people to feel free to tell us. I know Chris knows this too from being involved with school boards, but when I used to do school board training, I used to warn trustees, you are going to hear from 2 groups of people. You're going to hear from those who know you agree with them. Because if they already know you agree with them, they're going to come talk to you anytime they want. And the second group are groups that have official groups behind them. It gives them a voice. So if they have a group of concerned parents, or if they have, they'll come talk to you because they have a group behind them. You don't hear from the people who don't agree with you. They walk away. And I don't want to see people walking away because they don't think they can talk to us when they're feeling like we're exposing their kids to things they shouldn't be exposed to. And again, I've always said what adults want to do is fine with their own business, but we do know we did initially have it, and we've dropped the right to read, but we did have in that a statement, we were told that there was no one could tell children they couldn't read something. And we have since had other legal opinions statewide, nationwide, that say that's not true. You can set standards for children. So, yeah, I think what we're doing here is using our role to educate our libraries how to stay out of trouble and not get on the bad side of the public. That helps nobody.
Well, the way I frame it is what is the library's responsibility towards parents? I don't know. I mean, is there one? How is that expressed? What role do they have in protecting children from inappropriate content? I guess, is there such a, because what Flathead County Library, what we discussed was we are representing, this is the children's section, this is the teen section, we're talking about people under 18. What legal obligation do we have when we say this is for children with regard to the content of that section? That's really ultimately what we came down to, because we needed to make policy for collection development that kept that in mind. It's, we're saying if your child goes into the adult section, We are not responsible for your child walking in there or grabbing any book from the shelf because that's the adult section. You are responsible for telling your child, don't go there, or enforcing that if you so choose. But the children's section, we're representing something about that section. When we label it children's sections, what are we obligated? What is our obligation at the public library when we label it as designated for minors?
It's important that you hit on the fact that the library does not have what's referred to as in loco parentis. The library is not serving on behalf of the parent as a school district is or school.
I think they are.
There is not that legal expectation as defined in statute for a school. So it doesn't extend to the library. If it did, you would have the responsibility to make sure underage minor students have responsibility or safely get home from the library when it's a blizzard, for example. It doesn't exist for the library as it does for a school. Traveling to and from the school is part of that obligation for the school. So you acknowledge that piece. And so the library as a voluntary setting for people to come, that then comes back to the responsibility to engage and the legal obligation to engage with the parent. And under the parental rights laws that's passed by the legislature, 40-6-701, 702, 703, you have that obligation to engage with the parent when the parent seeks to look to the government for assistance, but participation with the parent in raising the child. Also the obligation to not interfere with the rights of that parent to raise a child if that's the parent's choice. The government cannot, unless there is a compelling state interest, interfere with the rights of the parent. So when you establish that designated teen section, designated children's section, as you see in many libraries, this is the teen section, this is the child section. If you're an unaccompanied adult, you're not lingering here, you're not in this location. That's the role that the library can play in setting patron behavior expectations for that section of the library. We're going to execute a leave if you're by yourself later in the area of the library when you're adult. As to the content, that comes back again to the library board's adopted policy, the collection management policy that is adopted by the library board and is informing the decisions of the library staff under the supervision of the director of the collection management designated librarian for that particular section. Here's what we expect to see in that area or expect not to see. And using the obscenity law in Title 45, that it has to have legitimate, genuine, artistic, literary, political, philosophical value, and not be incongruent with the state obscenity law is the first step towards building a collection that's going to withstand and fill that section of the library. But again,
is that the only legal deciding factor? Because that fails.
so it's the main
It
deciding
fails, right.
factor in the Miller test, which the US Supreme Court has passed down and is codified in Montana criminal code and is used as a guide for all libraries.
So that's the only legal thing?
Well, it is.
Okay.
The legal thing unless it's the school district who wants to adopt a more rigid standard. So placing additional guidance for librarians at the policy level, at the board level, doesn't exceed the scope of that could be permitted, and that does occur in libraries for specific sections that are trying to serve a specific population, and having it defined as being consistent with the ages that are there, but also respecting the fact that you have a statute, but the government can't interfere with the rights of parents to raise their child. There may be other parents that want to have a more expansive, robust children's collection. And if the library is specifically saying, we're not adding those books for these reasons, whatever those reasons.
Or
might
we're
be,
adding them where they're protected. We're
then
not
you would
saying,
have-
yeah.
That you would have that reflected in the policy. The issue that I think this is what a theme that's emerged is you have those case law from around the country where libraries have removed books. And at the objection, because of the objection of parents or the objection of library trustees, that, does result in those types of litigation. So you can have a library face litigation from one family saying books shouldn't be here, litigation from other families saying, I don't have these books. And the common one that comes to mind is the library in Arkansas that removed Harry Potter because they were objecting to witchcraft and they asserted that this can be purchased online anywhere. The person who brought the lawsuit actually owned the books. They said, but why do you need them in the library? And it was on behalf of the other students in that community that couldn't access them, or didn't have the means to purchase them. And of course, you're interfering with that right of that family and the right of those minors to access these books, and it's adultery books as well. So that's where you get into really the weeds, with metaphors, gray area weeds. And that's why the local library board is so important to make those decisions. And we'll collaborate with the staff, collaborate with the taxpayers and the families to make sure that they have a collection that's suitable, appropriate, useful, and objectively developed. That's tough.
So there is nothing legal beyond the Miller test, and the Miller test absolutely fails any parent who wants to remove a book that has a couple of pages in it with very explicit drawings, because you will be told that the overarching thing of the book is a meaningful biography of somebody or has artistic merit because it's drawings and blah, 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 blah. So legally, yes, content taken as a whole. So legally, that is not useful to a parent who has a problem with a book with something explicit in it, because you have to look at the work as a whole.
Not
For the Miller test.
necessarily. There are.
For
I
the
mean,
Miller
I'm not-
test, you do. For the
No,
Miller
but
test,
I'm
you
not
really do.
disagreeing
So
with
it
Chris.
comes down,
I'm
Tammy, it
saying-
comes down to, like Chris says, a gray area. There's
Yes,
nothing
it's a
legally
gray
that we
area.
can pinpoint, to give as a tool. If you wanna help parents who wish to not have XYZ in there, you can't do, it's a judgment call, and the library board needs to make really good policies
Yes, they
to
do.
enable the judgment call that's appropriate for their community.
But you have to be careful of picking a case, because there are cases that go both ways.
Right,
There are
right.
cases that go both ways. There are cases where parents have been supported. There are cases that got higher in courts than that one case that was. So we do have a legal concern, but we also have a common sense concern. And the Supreme Court ruled that if there is pornography, and they said, you know it when you see it, which was a very funny, fuzzy answer. But I think that we have to be really careful here of picking out one lawsuit and it's saying, oh yeah, Harry Potter, where there have been other lawsuits that just, and I don't think you have to look that far to see the difference in opinion. When the Republican controlled legislature was addressing this whole issue on whether or not materials considered pornographic, they call it the 7-Eleven law. They can't be shown in gas stations. But whether that should extend to museums and schools and libraries, they were trying to decide how to put anything about gender queer that wouldn't be offensive to the legislature, and how could they show what parts of it were difficult without it being offensive. And while they were undergoing that what they thought was a very difficult process, the labor union, employees union in Montana bought it for every legislator and put on their desks, because they thought it was a good idea to show it to them. And so you saw two absolutely totally different versions coming here. The employees union thought it was acceptable to put that on every legislator's desk and show them why we shouldn't have these laws. And the other side was trying to figure out how they could show that to the legislators without passing out pornographic literature. So I'm not saying it's an easy question. But what I'm saying is that if we don't at least help the libraries realize these are very reasonable, common sense things, that boroughs cannot check out material on other people's cards, that you cannot check out an adult, you know, an R-rated movie if you only have a child's card. I think these are very reasonable rules or guidelines that we could at least pass on to libraries, recognizing we're walking here between common sense and legality. And I don't want to stress this any longer. That was a long.
There is a method, there are tools that parents have, and it was the parental rights laws, you can't interfere with my rights as a parent without a compelling state interest. And so a parent that has a concern about a book has the method to raise that concern through the complaint process adopted by the library board, consistent with their rights under the US Constitution and Montana law. The question that I think raising is, do parents have a way to remove a book from the library because they object to it?
That's where
They have a right-
most of these.
They have a right to remove it from the home. And prevent
Well, they have a right to go to the library and have a
They have a right
policy.
to request that library board will do that, the content doesn't hold.
Mhm.
And so you're picking your lawsuit as a library, we want this, parents, do we really want this?
Yep.
Navigating that is difficult, but there are tools within the law to raise that. A parent may say, that book is not permitted in my home. Parent, without the library board's action in that state, that book is not allowed in your home. That's a different parent's discussion, it's a different parent's decision.
But if there isn't some protection, we're telling those parents to stay away, and they would.
There are protections and they have the right to, and they should be bringing those concerns to local libraries.
Right, that's all I'm saying. And if the library board has a complaint process, and their feeling about the process is that the parents are gonna drag themselves through this whole process, and at the end, they're going to sarcastically, sweetly say, well, yeah, that was all fun, but you have no rights to do anything, and neither do we. Then it's just dishonest process.
But the thing we can do, Tammy, as a library commission is educate and maybe with Chris's help create a class and put it in our catalog. That's the only role we have as the State Library Commission have, as a commission here. This is something we can do to address this problem. And I'm in favor of doing it. But we also need to realize what our limitations are as a body and what we can do. And I think maybe the certification committee could consider that we need to create a class specifically to address this issue, and maybe managing parental concerns about library content is a working title we could start with if we want to tackle that.
I just want to do more than we're doing.
But I think as a commission, there's nothing else we can do. We
Except
are not
to
the legislature,
educate.
we are not, yes, we can educate, and we have somebody who can really dive into the legal side of it and give both parties a good idea of what their rights are. And if we give such a class to the librarian as a tool, they can offer that also they could include it in their policy as their resolution report. Please watch this class to be aware of what the library's responsibilities are and rights, and what the parents' responsibilities and rights are. And then the library and the disgruntled parent can have an appropriate resolution. And I think that's the only thing we can do.
That's right. That's what we can do.
And if that's something that's near and dear to your heart, we should do as a commission what we can. I will second that we do what we can.
Something, what we can.
Yeah.
And, you know, if indeed it is true that we encourage libraries to have a complaint process. I've heard us say that for years. So we have encouraged them to have a complaint process that parents can follow. But if it is true that the outcome of that complaint process truly is, well, who do you want suing you? Then that's not an honest process. Why have it? There's no point.
The presentation that I delivered at Tamarack, I think we had a chance.
Yeah.
You have to take each, and any responsible public commission takes each complaint seriously. I encourage public boards, anytime you have someone attend your meeting, you have to treat that seriously. They've taken time.
Yeah.
They have something serious enough that's on
Don't
their
put them
mind.
out there and
You
not.
have to help them. And in the public comment laws, in the open meeting laws, use the word boards, agencies shall encourage public comment.
And
public
respect
engagement.
it and
So I don't
recognize.
think anything's predetermined, but making sure that the process is honest, fair, transparent, compliant with the open meeting laws, compliant with public comment laws is something we can refresh all librarians' knowledge of. library trust. So that's an opportunity for the commission to.
No.
So let's refer this
Tom,
matter
I'm
to the
sorry. You were gonna
CEO.
say something, Tom?
Meanwhile, people are shunning the libraries.
They're leaving them because.
Mothers are saying,
Funding?
Yes.
Mhm.
I'm not going to go there
More.
anymore, it's just not conducive to my children's upbringing. It's happening.
I spoke
It
with
is
someone
happening.
yesterday that said that the Helena Library right now is, they're not going, maybe not going, but it's not appropriate.
And the concern is not witchcraft or other contents in books, it's the sexual content.
It's a
Is the
sexual
flashpoint. Sexual content underage,
underage sexual.
put in
content
front of
for not-
underage patrons is the real core. But again, we have the legal answer. But once you get away from the legal thing, it all becomes a judgment call. And librarians are responsible for collections, make judgment calls all day long because they have to make purchase decisions.
They have to.
So,
And can they be sued for ignoring the book?
Either way.
no, that's called
So-
shadow banning, right? I've heard that term,
So-
simply because you don't include
All the
it.
lawsuits arise because a book has been taken off or put in an adult section where you have to request it. I've never heard of a lawsuit saying, I requested this creepy book and they wouldn't buy it. Suppose that's the case is waiting to happen.
Don't
give them
any
Yeah, but I think we have to realize that it's a real issue when we say, as Chris did, and I appreciate what he said, that we have an area of the children's library where somebody can't just hang out who's creepy to get at kids. But at the same time, we say we don't want you here doing that. We're making books available to them that do the same thing. So let's be straightforward. And when I was on the school board for 10 years, finally, I honestly, as a principled person, you almost get to the point where when people say, we're gonna sue you, you say, get in line. That's why we have a lawyer. You have to finally say, who are you? Yeah, get in line, because we're not reacting anymore. And I honestly feel like for a very long time that's gone the wrong way. Libraries have been reacting to the one side. Well, if you don't put these books in, we're gonna sue you. If you don't put these books in, we're gonna call it book banning. You know what? Stop terrorizing us. We're reasonable people who care about books and love reading and children. And we are doing what keeps them safe. So just stop threatening us. Stop it. We don't want to be threatened anymore from that side too. So, thank you. But anyway, Jenny, this is an incredibly positive list. So what do you guys want to do with it? Offer a class, or you want to bring it back, figure out how to at least make it something we can send out to libraries in your newsletter? We could put it out in your newsletter, because these are very reasonable. I mean, I don't take my daughter Tara, who you've met, who's 56, but she's mentally disabled child. We go to Common Sense Media for everything we take her to. But why is it PG-13? Why is it, so. Thank you.
It would be interesting to explore the movie rating criteria.
Which is quite funny.
I would love to know how they relate to the militants. I have no clue.
Well, you can say the F word once, and it's PG-13. That's it.
Use it wisely.
Yes. Use it. And I watch that because I always find it fun to see where they use it, if it's used wisely. And I can tell you in Project Hail Mary, which is a wonderful movie, it's used very wisely.
Well, the new Toy Story is going to be PG, and I'm not quite sure what
Yeah,
they're writing. I don't know. We'll see.
But anyways, let's again,
We had that discussion with the conversations with the commission, and we've heard from libraries about their policies and practices and how they rely on the movie ratings and how they utilize child cards, family cards, teen cards and different things. And so I think any type of guidance that comes from the state library would be encouraging libraries to review their policies and have discussions with their board. And perhaps it's a matter of having a board open house similar to what we had with the conversations with the commissions, where people could have a free form discussion, facilitated discussion with people who were concerned about library policies or practices, where they could raise issues in an atmosphere that was less formal than an actual board meeting. People could raise those questions and the library could take down those comments. There's ways to do things that could help encourage public participation, which could be all of our goals. So encouraging review of policies in these areas and consulting with council, consulting with their county and municipal legal advisor or government authority could help maybe do a policy refresh consistent with library standards.
And maybe what has gone under a little bit or has been pushed to the sidelines a little bit is acknowledging what community you live in. And taking that into account in your collection development. Because librarians are in a tough role. They are supposed to, in their personal life, leave their own convictions at home, just like lawyers. You interpret the law, you don't go by your own gut feelings. Librarians are in a similar position. That's very difficult.
But they're supposed to read their community policy.
Yes, they're
really
supposed to put up with the community they find themselves in, so that's not always easy. But let's have to see, the certification committee maybe look into this a little more.
Very good.
And I would like to see the discussion reflected in our newsletter. Just so people know
Thank you.
we kick this ball around.
And will again.
And will again.
Yes, yeah, because we.
It is a tough
And we should.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You're so wonderful.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, I've been here for a while, hasn't it?
Okay. Is it? Oh, good. Time for lunch. Can we have lunch? Are we
Yeah,
at a good spot?
let's stop here and we'll. Convene at.
This is potential. I would not let you say that. What put into us to the junior high section.
1:15, we'll come back to 1:15.
My library or book club. And he was like.
Hilarious, alrighty.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh, good, okay, we have Lee online.
Yeah.
Lee Fossum, he is our IT manager and he's been with us for 25 years. Welcome, Lee.
Yeah, so Lee's online with us today. Lee, thanks for joining us. Lee's been with the state of Montana for 25 years now. He's worked previously for the Department of Environmental Quality, and we hired him away about 6 years ago now from the Montana Department of Justice as our IT manager. And he has led our IT administration through a pandemic and needing to support remote work employees with the technology they needed to continue to be successful. One of the early challenges that he had to lead us through was the flood in our building, where most of what was damaged was the IT equipment. And many of us had just returned to the office to work after the pandemic, and we immediately had to go back into a remote work mode and then manage the IT transition into this building. One of the big demands that he and his team are responsible for is making sure that our GIS staff have access to the robust infrastructure that they need to do the kinds of data management and data processing that they do on a regular basis, and often to do that from remote locations. We've talked, for example, about our 911 staff, Bob Cochran, and all of the training work that he does all around the state. Bob needs to be able to have access to the data and software systems to train the local government employees on how to use those systems. That requires us to be able to deliver robust desktop computing essentially from a remote location. And Lee led the effort with his team to stand up a rack mounted workstation environment that allows for that kind of hybrid in-office remote work systems to work in that very data intensive kind of work environment. He leads just a very small team. It's Lee and two other staff. They are constantly responding to demands from the state IT services division, and having to update equipment, address security concerns and other needs that constantly interrupt the work of the agency. And he and his team do a great job of balancing all those needs to deliver really high quality IT environment for our staff. So Lee, thank you so much for being a great part of our team. We're really glad to have you on board.
Thank you.
Wow, how do I follow that up? Thank you so much for the kind words. I'm just going to say this has been one of my favorite jobs I've had over the years, and I really appreciate this place, and I hope we can continue playing in this little magical sandbox. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks, Lee. All right.
And Lee, I have your pin.
Yay.
Hooray!
Let's go on to the draft changes to 10.102.1159 to -12. Naomi gets our administrative rules of Montana serving the community. And Cuthbertson and Goss took a look at these. What do we have here? So, who did the red, who did the blue? Is it together you did it, or?
Madam Chair, we started with, just taking a run at it. And Commissioner Cuthbertson's version was the red markup. My version is the blue.
As far as my version goes, I was just trying to change the wording without actually changing any of the content. Well, the content was good, so this was just to refresh your memory that everyone has this or has that. And I felt like that's not what we do. We don't mandate what everybody has or does. We give direction to language. That's what we're tasked with doing. So I was trying to switch the language and hopefully preserving the intent of the original numbered steps to guide the libraries. That was my intent.
After looking at them both, I kind of like, I was drawn to Chris's where it says the library has free access to, and then it goes on to just be safe, comfortable, convenient library, physical library collections, materials, content, programming, and services, so that everything is just instead of a whole sentence.
Yeah.
Or what do you think?
That was what I was trying to do is, with this draft while retaining the intent, and addressing the issue of everyone, which I think was a little bit clunky, is first divided into two sections. First is the physical space in subsection 2. And then a new subsection 3 that deals with electronic resources. And then subsections, each of those. So the subsection 2, utilizing that section as the physical space and having it divided into recognizing the library board, local library board's authority to adopt implement policies to ensure each person choosing to utilize the library, and that gets to this question that we just touched on. Those that are not using the library and the potential patrons and retaining current patrons through the provision of free access to these items. And then touching up a few areas, I think the physical space would be safe, comfortable, but also reliable is another word that's important to our library at Helen College. Adding into the physical aspect of the library, being collections, materials, and programming. Information about community activities, cleaning up that provision, making sure we had early childhood literacy programs and materials, and emphasized information about how to obtain services from other libraries through the library. So again, not not mandating specific services, but providing information or providing access to those services that, which someone would wish to utilize. And then moving on to, library provided devices for network and internet, as well as the policies. These are two new sections you can see there, but are important to me if you heard me talk about this stuff. Information about how to get involved in meetings, committee meetings, get access to library budgets, policies and procedures, and then also information about early childhood education, adult and child literacy, workforce development. An important part of any library's role in the community is their relationship to businesses and being the economic pillar and helping train workers or get access to information about the workforce opportunities. And then the new third section 3 is that electronic resources. And it doesn't say that people have to get free access to the internet, but that the library is going to have presence on the internet consistent with their budget and their standards and their board's expectations. And if they do have that library managed presence on the internet, what should be on that website when it's open? That's one of the most frustrating things that any patron can have when the library is open. You can't figure it out because it's not highlighted on the website. How to access collections consistent with the budget, how to get meeting packets, budgets, meeting information, agendas and minutes, how to participate in programs, how to get information about services, about literacy, workforce development, information about library should be a place, repository for information about local government operations, what's happening at the courthouse, what's happening at the city hall. Library can be a place to provide that online or at the bulletin board in the library. And then early childhood literacy. And then the new subsection 4, we just touched on how to engage with current and potential patrons to identify and implement other necessary policies that may be beyond the scope of these foundational expectations, like what should be done respective in a community to match that community expectations, a regular interaction about that type of planning process. So I may have taken the baton and run too far, too fast, but this is what I thought we could do to maybe help improve the effectiveness of this set of expectations.
I'm comfortable with Carmen's wording there because I don't know that I agree with adding all those things that libraries need to have access to some of that. I think if they have an internet and people want to know that stuff, then they can go find it. I don't want them to feel like they have to put together the community programs and library and training and workforce development. I thought it was adequate enough to just say, the library provides access to early literacy programming, and the library provides access to information about local community and government activities.
So what I said I liked was the colon and then bullet point for each one of these.
Oh, I see up above there.
Yeah.
I've got it.
That's, now, I guess.
I see.
I guess.
With the safe, comfortable.
The section 3 that Chris added. Yeah, that's what he just, read to us, and
I don't think we need all that.
Madam Chair,
yes.
question maybe for Tracy, does this directly feed into the standards? What's required here?
Yep.
Okay, so we need to be very careful if we add requirements, because they would have to go into that questionnaire that the library sector fill out. Okay.
You took yours from what it says already.
I was trying not to add or change the substance of it because of that connection.
You are literally changing the public library standards.
Right.
Right. I don't really want to change the public library standards. I wanted to change the wording.
But
I think that was the intent with goals to restate what those expectations are for understandable for the, that's the intent of the change of the.
And
were your-
my thought was also that this is gonna be read by the library director of the one-person library, and they need to know, do I do this? Yes, 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 yes. So I was trying to make it very clear and very concise and very short. That's part of the goal too, so.
But then if we want to extend it like Kurt wants, then we could probably do that as a goal for next year.
We could do that if we wanted to put more mandates onto the
Onto it.
libraries.
Why was your question mark on 8?
Because 8 says everyone has access to something through marketing efforts of the library staff. And I'm like, if you're one person, you're not gonna go take marketing classes and do PR. You're gonna put a sign on the door that says Wednesdays are our kids program. So that was at the back of my mind, was the smaller libraries and what we're doing to them if we are, saying you need to do marketing for your library. I'm like, they're probably trying to fix the heating and keep the doors open and even have a children's program at all. So I just, but that's one side. We also have larger libraries that can do more, but because these are part of the public library standards.
They should be.
I was trying to make it simple and clear and concise.
And these are the things they have to do.
These are the things they have to prove they're doing in some form in order to get state aid.
And is number 8 a necessity, or would it change much to take that 8 out and not put something in it? But
When the librarians, so we actually had librarians help us of all sizes and from around the state. And then we had one kind of board rep. And what they said was just basically that you have to get the word out. Like that's part of just being a librarian or a library. You have to inform people about what's going on in the library. I don't know that was when we spent a lot of time talking about, they were just trying to capture that idea, get the word out. Somehow.
Stanford had a website.
I do not know off the top of my head.
I think they might.
I think, for some reason.
I just object to everyone. I object to that word. Nobody can reach everyone, and I think that makes it just not, that's why I like your changing to, instead of everyone will have access to
That was a good.
library programs.
The library provides the access. You use it or you don't use it. So maybe we need to reword 8 to reflect that as well, if you want that, if you think, Tracy, that should stay in. That the library is obligated to make marketing efforts to spread the word.
That's true.
Marketing is a word
Wim
that
Hof
makes a big picture. I mean, that's a big picture.
Yeah.
If you can
Promote is.
promote
that's the word.
library activities or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that some version of marketing the library has been in the standards since the early 2000s, but I think promotes a nice word, actually. The library promotes its offerings or its services, programs.
To whatever extent. My question is, it says, provides online access to its catalog. Do all of our libraries have online access to their catalog?
They do now. That was one that was hard for a few to meet.
The library promotes its collections, programs, and services
To the public, to the public.
to the public. Okay. If we want to retain that number 8 in some form, maybe that would be a workable.
That would be accurate. The library.
Actually, it just said programs and services, so collections doesn't need to be.
Promotes its
Programs, the library
services.
promotes its programs and services
That's
to the
enough.
public.
You don't want to say internal and external and whatever.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, because external, does that mean everything that's going on in town or what?
Means you're running up and down the street with a flag. Well, it's been- I think Mr. Clinton, that's up to you guys. Because it made me crazy that everyone will have access and everyone, I thought, well, again, if you advertise something you're not gonna do, then it's not.
Now, Tracy, where it says everyone can find library materials online. Does that cover it if it says the library maintains a website or social media site? Or is there some other way to have your stuff online that I'm not mentioning here?
The catalog, so like. At Flathead County, you know, I'm sure you use your library catalog all the time. I know I use mine to place holds and use partners. And so that's the group that looked at this said, in this day and age, people need to be able to search our collections, to place holds, and to get items and see what the library has. And more people are going to websites or social media to find out about hours or what's happening. So they thought that they should both have two different standards. Because it was a recognition that one of those involves working with your vendor, the library automation vendor. And one of those, you can have a free version, or you can go with a local company and host it, or you can go national.
Okay, but website or social media site is what everybody does. And we're not missing an option that somebody is online, but they're not having a website or they're not on a social media site. That's what I was thinking. Is there something we're missing that they do have an online presence, but they're not fulfilling this as it is worded? Okay, it should cover that.
I think it should,
Okay.
Now, back to the question earlier. If we adopt this, pretty much the shorter one, are we, with the changes, are we, changing anything in your work, in your class?
Oh, yeah, we'd have to redo all of our public library standards classes.
But just the standard class, not the.
So this does have a ripple effect in that it's in all our handbooks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And on our website and in our classes. So, I mean, it does have a ripple effect, but it is, of course, I understand why you would like to make this change.
Yeah.
So our question on number one, you have the generally convenient hours. Would you remove the table with the minimums, which we?
No, I just started writing this up by hand. And I didn't have the table in it. The table would stay like it is.
Okay.
And all this, like it shows on the original. I just didn't have the technical skills.
Why do you want to add general term?
Because I was thinking convenient, and I thought, okay, if you are a shift worker and you sleep all day and you work at night and you want to go to the library and your library is closed when you are awake, you could go and say, it's not convenient for me. So I thought generally convenient, express as well for 99.99%. That is convenient. You're a terrible exception and we cannot have the library open from midnight to 2 a.m. just for you. So that's where I was trying to insert that word generally.
Yeah. Plus, if you're in a small community where mine hires 90% of people, you might want those hours different.
I was trying to avoid a pitfall. I don't know. I don't know that it's necessary to say generally, but that was my thought.
Yeah, that was what threw me off because I thought that generally should be the library is generally open during, but by putting it where you did, it changes the meaning to what you meant. So I get what you're saying now.
Trying adjusting number two to only address ADA requirements and miss important parts of library facilities. The safety, comfort, convenience is another important part of library facilities. Those, simply the foundational legal components of the physical impacts. commission would consider.
So you would add reliable, safe.
Safety and reliability and comfort, convenience are all part of the library's obligation to its patrons. In addition to accessibility. So removing the phrase as it currently exists in regard to safety, comfort, and convenience. Carefully considered. It has some unintended consequences.
And again, it's the everyone that is
So,
frustrating.
the sentence continues, the library complies with ADA requirements and provides safe access. So you'd like to add safe, comfortable, and convenient back there where it just says safe access
That
now?
would be good.
You want that comfortable and convenient back here?
Safe, comfortable, reliable.
Should be part of the discussion.
Okay, so
Did you want to add reliable?
safe.
It was a thought I had because I think that, that consistency and that the patron's knowledge is to what is to be expected when they come in the facility, what can they expect, each time they.
So if the internet's down every time, then we've got a problem.
The door doesn't work. The, any number of things.
So would that concern be satisfied if it says provides safe, comfortable, convenient, and reliable access?
Yeah.
If those words,
Yeah, I think that goes towards reaffirming that each library's commitment to safety, comfort, and its reliability.
The library,
Accessibility is important, but it's not the only piece.
the library complies with ADA requirements and provides safe, comfortable, reliable.
convenient. So safe, comfortable, convenient was in there. If you look at the crossed out thing, and then Chris added also reliable. We could put all those in there, provides safe, comfortable, convenient, and reliable access. Could add that in if that's considered relevant, why not?
What does reliable mean to you?
It means that 99% of the time the door works and I
And
can rely on the fact
And the
that.
bathroom works and
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
And-
reliable, I mean, yeah.
And the internet's up.
And that the hours are
Yeah,
always, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
it
Tuesday,
says you're
it's gonna
supposed to be
open.
Yeah, if they said, yeah,
good word.
it makes sense, reliable,
In this day and age.
not hit and miss.
So you wanna have that sentence and then the sentence that you added on, Carmen, about ADA requirements?
That just was moved up from,
I would just add
That
it.
came
after
from number
safe.
12 at the bottom.
Okay,
I just thought, well, that's
I see.
kind of saying the same thing twice.
so put that back to number 12.
No,
I
I'm
would
gonna leave
just
it up
add
there.
Where it says the library complies with.
I don't know,
ADA
does that cause a
requirements.
problem, Tracy, that those are combined?
Provide safe, reliable, comfortable, like access.
You know,
to
it makes that
facilities.
one
Really?
quite hefty.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember why it was separated out, and I think it was separated out because they were talking about technology and the recognition that people with disabilities may need assistance with technology, and I think that's why they actually separated it. That's a very good question, because, number 2 was more about the building and the physical facilities. And number 12 was more in line with the services and the technology. So I think it's just up to you what's important to you.
So, I mean, to me, they were almost the same thing because it says people with disabilities have access to the library services. I didn't think of technology reading that sentence.
Yes,
Services.
but that was what Tom and I were talking about. The libraries are trying to figure out how to comply with the new website accessibility guidelines that will be coming down. So, and that was what that particular committee was thinking about, was just the importance of provide that the services are accessible.
Could we just add a new 2 in between 1 and 2 with Chris's line that the library should be safe, comfortable, reliable, convenient. For the, however you worded it, where, Chris, so it didn't say everyone, but.
Sure.
Just make that a second line after. The library is open generally convenient hour, public library survey. And then one that says, number 2, the library will be safe, comfortable, reliable, and convenient facility. And then have 3, the ADA one.
And that was part of my goal of dividing it into physical and technological.
Yeah.
2
Oh.
and 3.
So that kind of does that.
The new subsection 3 there in blue addresses the accessibility standards for websites. And so by having that as an umbrella section and then those subsections,
I just don't like
within
getting
that,
into subsection.
that you would have that addressed as part of the library provided internet presence that provided accessibility standard. But
Oh, I see. So you would put A is a safe, comfortable, reliable, and then B would be up to Carmen's. The library complies with ADA.
I'm getting really confused. Do we need to?
Yeah, I'm not
Would it
sure.
be-
I'm not
Yeah,
sure we need an A
Could
and
we
B.
have another session,
meeting?
working with Tracy? I think she has some background and some things that, and
Let's plan on it.
kind of mesh
I
it
just
together.
wouldn't add all that to it.
Yeah, this is.
Let's not add all of it. I don't
Well,
wanna
let's-
add stuff now, because then we change the law.
Right, we're gonna leave it alone and refer it to as
Let's have a
work
work
session.
session.
You want a work session for the whole commission or?
No,
or would you wanna create a?
I sure don't wanna keep it as it is with everyone will have this and this and everyone.
Okay, no, we're talking
No,
about who's gonna
right.
be on that. Who's gonna work on it?
We want it as a full group work session or?
I don't see the need to do that because we've agreed we don't wanna extend stuff. So the only disagreement right now is how to put in that first and second line. We've got one line.
No, I think there's some more.
There's more.
We haven't
people
gone
that-
through everything else.
There's more that people would like to discuss.
Okay, I thought we were
Um,
just not gonna extend this, so it doesn't have to go through the whole process.
It has to go.
It has to go through the
whole
process,
thing.
yeah.
Even if we just change one word in here, it has
Okay.
to go through the. whole
All right,
thing.
so let's just,
So I would suggest that Chris and I
yeah,
work
just
on
work
it
it out.
and Tracy.
I
And
would
who
help.
else?
Okay,
would help.
Yeah.
okay,
Peggy? Okay,
great.
there's 4 of us.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're doing that.
And so we'll hash it out and bring back another version for in the next meeting. I think
Thank
that'd be
you.
great.
Sounds good. Okay. So on, let's, all right, next. Standardizing subcommittee expectations to comply with open meeting laws.
This is just a discussion that had come up because there was some questions around how the continuing education subcommittee is operating, where the meetings are public noticed, and minutes and notes are made available to the commission. Our other subcommittees don't operate in that way, and I just wanted to acknowledge that and make sure the commission was comfortable with that approach, or discuss whether or not we wanted to make any changes. Personnel subcommittee, for example, that's dealing with personnel matters, so I think it's probably not appropriate to notice publicly. However, our finance committee could be something that we wanted to more closely follow open public meeting laws, and follow the standards or the process we've been following for the subcommittee. Just in general, I wanted to acknowledge that we don't have a consistent practice, and raise the question of whether or not you felt like that was important.
What I thought we always did was if there's no quorum and there's no action, then it didn't need to be.
Madam Chair, that's why I was thinking about this same issue, as I participated in a continuing education committee, well, that was noticed to the public. And then with the finance committee report, yes, he was on the committee, you know, that isn't noticed, but
Right.
the statute says that any subcommittee or committee
Okay.
of a public body shall be compliant with the open meeting.
So we're not. So we're not
So
doing
that,
it.
the issue of a quorum,
It's not a problem.
it appears in the definition of a meeting, but if you have a committee, it's the quorum of that committee that then. And so I think,
Okay.
I think making sure that you have a consistent practice will be important just to
Would be.
avoid threat of litigation or loss of trust, more importantly, than the open meeting law isn't an obstacle to be overcome. It's a tool to engage the community. And I think embracing it as broadly and as consistently as possible with all meetings of the commission, similar to our discussion with the state library association for the conversations with the commission, and posting that to the public was an important first step of showing our seriousness with complying with the expectations for transparency. So
Should we put that in a bylaw?
Boy, thanks, Chris. No, I think that's just really good to know.
yeah, so the statute that I mentioned is 2-3203 subsection 6.
Want to say that again, slow?
2-3-203 subsection 6. It's the last line of that statute that says that any committee or subcommittee of one public agencies shall comply with the law.
Okay.
That's to make sure that work isn't farmed out to some
That's a good idea.
smaller group. And the public doesn't know about it.
Right.
And they report back and just approve the committee's work, but the actual work was done behind closed doors. So that's all.
That would be helpful,
Yes.
except we wouldn't do it with personnel because that already has the right to.
So would you have to have it the same way, but then close it because it's a personnel issue? Just notice,
So
just
we have
notice
to
it that
notice
way.
it.
That's practice would
That
be
they're
post the
safe.
meeting, but no, there possible closed session.
So if we're talking Jenny's evaluation, we would automatically say.
So we would
We would
announce it
close
to the
that, yeah.
public, but then we would.
Oh, that's good.
Tell them it's
It'd be a
closed
closed
session.
meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
For information purposes, what Flathead County Library does, we notice all our committee meetings and we call them work sessions. They are open to the public and we always say this is a work session and no action is taken. So it is all there because the spirit of the open meeting law in my mind is also just as much transparency as possible. So unless there is that reason of privacy for an employee, everything, or as much as possible is open to the public.
Or a lawsuit.
Yeah, just open, whenever possible, make it open to the public.
So, in terms of your question, I'm sure on the bylaws, I think, one was, you've got, meetings, section 5. Meetings will be conducted in accordance with the open meeting law. So we just have an application, understanding that would be inclusive of.
And I think it actually makes it a little more transparent to the public if a person has limited time and they want to make sure they attend the stuff where stuff happens. I would suggest that we call our committee meetings work sessions as well. The Kalispell City Council does that. They have meetings and work sessions and it lets the public know, depending on how much time you want to invest in observing this body at work, here's different activities that are being performed. It just lets the public know. So I think calling it a work session is a good transparency tool as well, to let people know what's going on.
The committee will be having a work session.
Yeah, it's a work session, no action will be taken, but you're invited.
So
to
then
watch us
can
discuss.
other commission members attend?
We can listen to it online, but we can't be part of it.
That's a good question. Montana Supreme Court said the non-committee member may attend in a non-committee capacity.
Okay.
And so as long as they're not participating as a committee member, they would have the right as a citizen to attend and observe.
So you would attend as a member
Like
of
the
the public.
finance committee, if you wanted to listen in on the discussion.
And then such a work session also has designated time on the agenda for public comment. And if you
Oh, does it?
attend, you would be a member of the public and you could comment to the committee
Oh.
like a member of the public, but you're not participating.
But I don't think you have to have public input time
But open public meetings have to have public comment. That's
on, even on committees.
that's one
Okay,
of the requirements. If it's a public meeting.
okay. One comment I had on that, just for my own, is if there is out of a committee, like the personnel committee, a minority report, if somebody had a minority report on something, I would like to know it. Like if, sometimes we've had things come to us with the personnel, or the financial, I mean, the financial committee, a recommendation, but it wasn't unanimous. I would like to know that it was not unanimous. If there was a minority report or somebody didn't agree with that particular thing on the budget, I'd like to know that why they didn't and what. Because that's not, it's not an action committee, so I'd like to know in the report.
They don't really always give a report.
No, well,
But the finance doesn't, it just goes on to the consent agenda.
but if somebody is disagreeing with it, I'd like to know. Normally we don't.
You could, I would think you could ask that question. I wanna ask the committee, are there committee members that were not happy with this recommendation and what were the reasons? I think that would maybe be on you to ask.
Rather than have a minority report.
Yeah, cause mostly, I mean, we don't, the finance committee doesn't give
Yeah.
a detailed report. We're just like, we looked at it and Melissa explained
Right.
all the fine
Mhm.
details of
We
government
don't have to
accounting
vote.
and.
Right.
So there's no vote. We
Just
just,
the budget last year, when we brought that forward, there were items on that that some of the committee didn't agree with, and it'd be nice to know why.
Mhm.
But I'll just ask, I guess. Let's
Yeah.
just ask before every committee meeting.
yeah.
That's about that. So, we know what our decision is, or what we should be doing, not our decision, but what we should lawfully be doing.
Yeah, that's helpful to know.
And-
Thanks, Chris.
Chris, holy cow, Mr. I can quote
Yeah,
every
that's-
single.
Well,
I'd have to be
do
the,
anything long enough.
I'd have to be the day after the test to know that.
Well, look at all those numbers.
Oh, I know. Oh,
Okay, we'll go on to the state library report. Are you ready, Jenny?
Yes.
Standing reports.
So some things to bring to your attention in our standing reports. You have our FY 26 work plan dashboard through the third quarter. We'll have the fourth quarter dashboard updated for you for your August meeting. You also have the continuing education and certification dashboard, as well as the courses that have been taken. We do intend to retire that courses taken for credit report after adopting the new course catalog, because those courses that are taken will obviously be approved in the course catalog. And we'll have to look at how we update the continuing education dashboard for your information based on some of those kinds of changes. The other piece I wanted to bring to your attention was the preliminary FY 27 work plan priorities. These are the goals that staff are planning to work on for FY 27. And in particular, I wanted to point out the duration of the projects as well as the level of effort for each of the projects. This information is included in response to a request from the commission to have a better sense of how much time and work is involved in these projects. And so we have identified short projects as those lasting 1 to 2 months, medium projects lasting 3 to 6 months, long projects lasting 7 to 12 months. Staff are also working to better scope our projects so that we don't have such long-term projects that they extend beyond a fiscal year. Work may continue into the next fiscal year, depending on time and resources available, but in terms of our planning efforts, we want to plan for the work that will be accomplished in this particular fiscal year. And then the level of effort, small, would denote up to 40 hours of team's effort, medium, 41 to 160 hours, large, 160 to 400, and extra large, anything more than 400 hours. So
GIS is extra large.
some of them can be extra large
Okay.
for sure. So we've noted that information for each of the preliminary goals. And then that information will be captured in the work plan spreadsheet in table form, so you can see progress on those goals going forward. So,
Manage transition to new certification program.
yeah.
Extra large. No, not really, it's just extra large.
Extra large. Right. So, I hope that this first attempt at capturing more information about the time and level of effort involved is something that will be useful to the commission and captures what you were thinking about.
This is great.
I think it's good. The one question I have under revised at ARM, maybe I didn't look it up right, but I couldn't find that number. 1055, 1159.
I think that's a typo.
Because it came up with, there is no such
Yeah,
ARM number, and I was like, huh?
yeah, that should be that 10.
The one we're talking about.
The one we're talking about, yeah.
10102.
Yeah, that was my typo.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, just
Yes,
give me
wow.
some stuff to look at. Jenny, I have a question. When you send us the agenda attachment for the meeting coming up, and is it typical that none of the, things open, that you have to go to the webpage to open them?
It used to be you could open them,
We used to be able to open them when we got the agenda.
but not anymore.
And I can't
If
open.
the links from the agenda are not working, that's not correct, and that's something we need to
Okay,
address.
they're
So
not
links-
working on either
Not the
address.
emails, when we get an
When you get a
email.
PDF
Yeah,
via
yeah.
email, the links are not working.
Right.
Okay, that's something
Yeah,
we need to correct.
and I did ask Carmen, and I did call, and hers weren't either, and she said, no, you have to go to the state library, but I
Right,
thought we
that's what
didn't
I-
use
I
that.
didn't
always use
That's an issue that we need to correct. So
Oh,
thank
thank
you
you.
for making us
Okay.
aware. Yeah.
And it was both addresses, so I thought, well, maybe
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
my computer, but
They
maybe
they should be live links from within the PDF document.
my go-to path is I screwed up. If it has technology attached, it's me.
Well, thank you for letting us know, because we do want those to be live links within the PDF document.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I had one comment on the continuing education and certification dashboard, and you just said you're probably gonna redo that. I very much wanted to see courses not completed. Because I thought that would tell us that people think that topic is great, I need to take it, and then the course is either has technical problems or is such a snore that they can't finish it, and I thought that would be worth knowing.
oh,
So do people start a course and not finish it? And then the question, what did you value? Again, it was something similar. I wanted, unfortunately, the negative measurement as well.
There's more blood.
People are saying this was useful, this applies to my job directly. Which is very small percentage of stuff where they're saying that does not, or that's not relevant to me. If that ever,
Yeah. Let me think about that. That particular question actually uses, adult learning theory to determine whether or not it's meeting certain robust levels for adult education. Where we get negative feedback is in the qualitative comments, and I go through and read those, and most people don't give us negative comments. Which I think is just a reflection of society, and they tend not to give us feedback like that.
so maybe that's not necessary, but the course is not completed is a subtle way people can send us a signal
Yes.
that something's not working for
Something
them.
to dig into.
I tell you, this AI series. Or AI, heading down a path there.
okay, are there any other questions there about that? Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if you were gonna address the correspondence or just note that there's some additional commission correspondence within the standing reports as well.
Yeah, there were additional, and and the response that we gave was that it is not within our authority to deal with these matters.
But sadly, we misspelled the person's name, and instead of Cecilia, we called her Celicia. Which is a bit of a bummer.
Where's that?
In our response letter to,
Oh.
to this person.
Hold on. She responded to that, or did we just, it was just the way.
Did
Where
we
was it?
finish
Where
that
was it?
dashboard
Did you notice
and
that,
moved
or-
on?
In our letterhead, April 22nd, so.
Her name is Cecilia.
Mhm.
Do we receive many of these kinds of things where people are asking us to get into problems like this? Cause we had two, but.
But it's fairly infrequent.
That's what I thought, it was kind of funny to get two.
You got it off that blocker.
I don't Carmen's right.
Where did we spell it wrong?
It's done, okay.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's
Where
okay.
is it
Happens.
wrong?
Oh, got it.
Cecilia.
Yeah.
It's just got some
Just a
transpose
typo.
letters.
No, I didn't see it, I guess.
In the name.
Yeah, it's just. Could you show me that again? Sorry.
Oh, the complaint response, okay.
Yeah, it was just two translates, it was two transcripts. That one, see. Excuse us for doing that.
You have the response letter, okay?
I don't have.
Mine's not opening.
Yeah, mine would be there.
Okay. Oh. I'll look at that. All right. I wouldn't. Right there.
I really, typos are like a punch to the face.
You what?
Typos are like a punch to the face.
Yeah,
But it's not a big deal.
you're the person I would hire to do my. Review, editing.
All right, should we go on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, review the meeting motions and directives.
Oh, wait, on the complaint form. Did we receive that one from somebody at Calstar or did that come to me personally?
Earlier this spring.
Yeah, I got a
I
whole,
think,
kept
I
getting,
think the whole commission.
all right,
received
that's what I thought. We got that, but that wasn't on here.
It was in your April meeting packet.
Yeah, okay, so that's why I thought it's just unusual. We had two in a row. But you didn't get the Calstar one? Yeah, we did. Okay. That's it.
And it was the same response.
Yeah.
It's not
Yes, it
something
was
the
the same
commission-
response. It's not a
commission
row.
can't deal with. that,
Okay.
so.
Information.
All right, go ahead, Jane.
So for your August meeting, let me review this list and then we can go back and talk about what we want to talk about for the real-time network. Specifically, we know we want to bring to the commission an exit strategy and discussion about investment in the real-time network. The CE subcommittee will meet and review the courses to review and bring additional recommendations back to the commission. I don't think this will need to be on your agenda, but we've made note of the addition of a program 6 for the Federation Plans of Service to break out the trustee training. We'll need to talk about the technological steps involved in making that happen, but very doable. We'll refer to the subcommittee
the question of creating a course catalog training on the topic of managing parental concerns about library content. Tracy and I will organize a work session with Chris, Carmen, and Peggy to continue to review the administrative role that we discussed. And then I also made note of Carmen's request to have an addition to our continuing education dashboard for courses that have not been completed. There, anything I missed? Okay. We wanted to talk in more detail about the MTSRN exit strategy and what that might entail. So
You're talking about the other business?
this is under the commission calendar and reviewing commission direction to staff. So the things that I made note of during that discussion, one was to add it to your commission goals. So it's something that we continue to review and discuss. Reviewing the targets on the glide path. So we have sort of metrics for when it may be necessary to implement an exit strategy. And then we want to explore different divestment strategies, whether that might be sort of ending a public offering for a real-time network, talking to our partners at MDT or others about whether or not they may want to revisit the question of whether they operate a public network. We do have some ideas in mind for approaching some private sector partners. So I think that needs to be part of the discussion. You've asked for a job description for the support position, the term support position. You've asked for a discussion about the impact to our operators position if we do decide to exit the Montana State Reference Network. And then there was a question about our investment in the software to date and what kind of the future of that investment is.
Anything else?
Do you have other suggestions or guidance?
Madam Chair, I had a question to say. I know that you're already attending the budget kind of things for the legislature. Are you picking up any kind of feeling of where it's all going and what are you hearing from the budget proposals? I know that they haven't done them yet, but what's
I haven't heard much from other agencies, but and the governor is just at the beginning stages of building his budget, but we are hearing that the budget will be tighter. That there isn't a lot of surplus as we've seen in past sessions. I know it's a priority of the governor to continue to find ways to reduce people's specifically income tax burden, and then questions around the property tax reductions that were passed last legislative session. Those are some of the early things that are being discussed.
Yeah. I was curious about that because we just had a meeting at our house on some political things, and there seems to be, for one thing, they don't seem to think they're gonna have all that big money surplus, and they did.
Yeah, there was a lot of surplus, especially because of some of the COVID related funding that the state had, and offsets investment in that funding that have largely been expended at this point.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. I just want us to kind of at least be on the radar of what's coming. Stanford, and you're attending and going to stuff yet, or?
I attend those monthly cabinet
Yeah.
meetings with the governor's office. That's primarily where that information is being discussed. So as we get closer to the fall, there'll be more discussions, of course.
And Madam Chair, and this agency's presentation to the executive planning process is for keep it steady. And there were only a couple of things that were part of our discussion the other day. the rent on this building is going up and we don't have a lot of, the agency doesn't have a lot of places to go shopping for a new building. And, the other one was what was it?
Well, we have in mind,
Oh,
you
yeah.
guys know our little LiDAR stickers that we've produced and some of our posters, things like that. We've just seen a lot of public interest in them. And so I've talked to the lieutenant governor and the state procurement attorney about whether or not we have the legal authority to sell that kind of product as merchandise, for example, at the Historical Society gift shop. And we would need to go through a legislative process to give us that authority. And then any revenue that would be collected in the state library trust for the agency and the commission to.
That'd be cool though, to have those stickers of our,
Oh, I think these are beautiful.
they are.
I mean, they're beautiful artwork.
Yeah.
So anyway, we're working with the lieutenant governor on that idea.
And in shape of Montana. Yeah. that'd be-
Yeah, I think that they're very profitable.
And thinking about this since the other day, I was a big champion because I like entrepreneurship. But being a government agency, so this is a downside. Whether a government agency should be in the for-profit business,
Oh.
that's a philosophical question.
For profit or for fundraising.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
is it a GoFundMe?
Yeah.
So I don't have an answer, just, yes, it is, maybe government shouldn't be trying to be entrepreneur.
But the library, the museum sells things.
Yeah.
As a gift shop.
Great.
Pretty small scale.
And a bookstore, you know, they have their publishing house, so they make profit off of their publishing house.
Yeah.
Other agencies sell
Do
things,
they?
MDT, FWP have things that they market.
As long as it stayed small, it would be no big deal. It's when we start making millions and we start, then we get, we
That'd be
get
great.
I told
across
them,
that
I'm
bridge.
definitely not promising millions.
That's a lot of stickers. What were you gonna say, Chris?
I just would prefer it to be in-house handled by the state library using the images for training and someone down and bring stickers and sell them.
Yeah,
Right,
right.
It's too easy.
Made in China.
Yeah.
Misusing or abusing
Yeah.
publicly accessible information to create profit for a private out-of-state entity.
Yeah.
Images of one.
Yeah.
You telling me, that's a business opportunity?
It'd be disturbing though.
If I could go back to the discussion about the MTSRN, are there other things that you think would be helpful to your continued consideration?
Are we back to the network?
Yeah.
Maybe we should bring in the governor's budget office and add their insights into the financial history of this thing.
In terms of like the state's overall investment, is that what you're interested in?
Yeah, the agency as well as any funds that have come through legislature, well, it would all pass through our budgets, but kind of a second on auxiliary interpretation of events of the last 3 or 4 years.
Are we talking about your new item on the agenda?
Well, yeah, it kind of got moved up way ahead in the agenda.
It kind of did, but I wondered if there was, is that what you wanted to discuss with what we sort of did?
Yes.
Is there anything else you wanted, like Jamie said, add?
No,
And you are just concerned about it financially, that it,
yeah, it's not taken off as planned.
yeah.
I don't think I was here when it was first initiated, so a very, very short history would be appreciated.
24, I was surprised. It seems like it has been a long time we've been trying to say how it was gonna go. And it has seemed like it's harder to get people. But I think money's tighter. I mean, it's really tight right now, I know, in agriculture. I mean, no, Kelly used to
On the
buy.
rain, right?
Kelly used to,
Yeah, I agree with you.
no, Kelly used to buy his little, calves, you know, for $500-600, now we pay $2,100. And he's not doing fertilizer at all this year.
Pre-bought ours.
Yeah, otherwise it couldn't be. A lot of the ranchers and farmers not putting down fertilizer at all.
There's so many, yeah. There's so many different aspects that.
Even
Yes.
Bozeman's seeing a difference in their world market. And the big difference is the schools. They are not near where they thought they were gonna be for enrollment.
Mhm.
People moving in don't have kids, aren't having kids.
Are they actually moving in or are they just buying a house?
A lot are moving out, but one's coming in, a lot of them are,
Buying a house.
they're older couples or they just young people are having dogs. And cats.
Homeschooling is growing.
Homeschooling is really growing. Yeah, the schools are very concerned.
Are you satisfied, Jenny, with that?
I think
Agenda
so,
item?
if you're satisfied.
Yeah.
The only other thing I would mention that is gonna be on your August agenda that we know at this point is your fourth quarter FY 26 financial report.
What agenda item are we on?
It's the 2 o'clock
Future,
commission, if we're getting to officer elections next.
well,
They did your extra added item.
suggested future agenda items, I have one there.
Oh, okay.
I would like to add a discussion on a concept called viewpoint diversity. Kind of similar to the ones I did where I just give you a little what I've seen researched.
What's it called?
Viewpoint diversity. Just as another term that people in the library world, which is us, should give some thought to.
Oh,
I would like to suggest an informational speaker for the next meeting.
are you gonna have?
Hopefully we'll have Megan Peel, who was supposed to be today, who we had to delay.
What's her topic?
The behavioral health topic around, particularly around homelessness.
She's from the state, right?
Right.
Well, they've got a new mental health big study and we just wanted to make sure the libraries were being included in it because of the mental health issues that are creeping up in libraries. Just
Don't we
part
have
of
a
their
list though
discussion.
that you could add your name to?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'll take the name and
Yeah.
add it to our future agendas list.
So this is a writer named Bethany Mandel, Mandel. And she recently reported, and I haven't read the full newspaper article that she wrote about introduced legislation in the Congress that has to do with libraries. So she would be an authority on that and could give us an account of it.
Chair, is there any previous discussion about the private enterprises that are using state library data to build apps on land ownership and accessing, contacting people, those types of.
Yeah, what is the name of that?
Onyx.
Onyx.
Yeah, that's one of those. Has that been something that the commission has heard about recently about how that
Do they
process
use
works?
all of that?
I think they are using our cadastral data. Yeah.
Is that a business that's using our materials?
I think they're nationwide
On it.
for
Yeah.
hunters.
And they're using our cadastral.
Even the attention that that topic is receiving in terms of requesting permission to access private land. Is making sure that that is being set up appropriately. So I don't know if there's a opportunity for discussion for the commission to learn more about how that data is harvested, utilized. It doesn't have to be right away, but
Add it to our future agendas topic.
maybe when the city has done certain approaches, if that's something that the commission can learn a little bit more.
I can see that becoming a problem. Almost huge copyright.
That, and whether it be used appropriately and
Mhm.
responsibly, how AI is involved in managing, harvesting that data. Public information is being profited and then ultimately impacting landowners and as well as the citizens with the access to their public lands.
And, yeah.
Talking about Miles City reminds me, I'm wondering if when we do that outreach meeting once a year where we've now put it in our bylaws that we do that, should that always include a conversation with the commission? That would be open to the public, to anybody. I think that would be great. So I don't know how we would schedule it this time. Before, after, I don't know that it would work for other commission members to do it the night before. My husband and I consider taking our camper and making a 1 week trip out of it, since it is that far.
Yeah.
So I could easily be there the day before when they have their federation meeting or whatever, but I don't know what everybody else is doing travel wise.
In the past, when we've held meetings in other libraries and commissioners have been there the night before, oftentimes the library's been open for kind of an open house. We could do something like that.
And I would love it if we call it conversation with the commission
Exactly.
and make that a more frequent event.
There's an opportunity given the uptick in the number of complaints we've received in the years and there's some outreach and public education on the role of the commission.
Sure. If you agree, I'll reach out to Sarah
Yeah,
and see about making that.
Do the class and you can test your class right there.
There you go. Yeah, that'd be great.
We can sell our staff.
I think we kind of discussed that a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
I'm sure we can make that happen.
Was the meeting with the commission during the Montana Library Association at the same location?
It was at the public library.
That's what I thought.
There's
So was
at the
it-
Heritage Inn.
So was there a ways to go?
No,
No, no. It was on Zoom. It was good even on Zoom.
It was great.
Interesting.
You
were on.
It was,
We were on Zoom,
it was
but I
really
wondered if
good. It was
it
very
was a very good meeting.
What was the response from the Montana Library
I think they
Association? Were they pleased with that?
Really pleased with it. Good. Yeah. And it worked out well because the opening reception for
We
the
had it there.
conference was at the library, so people.
Oh,
could
so
stay.
people could be there, or would have had a reason to go.
Really nice.
Okay.
Anything else there? Preliminary GIS training recommendations? That's what it's, we did get that wrong.
Where's
that
that
on
coming?
yours?
Where is that
I don't
coming
know where that
from?
came
I
from.
don't know. I don't know.
I must have had, I must have taken, yeah, who knows? That must be wrong. I must have gotten wrong.
EIF, diversity, equity.
The way I understand it, we're
Oh, wait,
here
a
at,
second. Where did that come from? Interesting.
Left over from another.
Must have been, must have been, okay. All right, we're gonna go on to officer elections. Do I have any nominations for chair?
did we talk about 2026 commission goals?
Or did we not?
We can,
It's just our status report.
it's your update.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about it?
No. I'm just trying to make sure I'm in the right spot on our agenda.
Yeah, I think the goal.
I nominate Robin Scribner for chair.
I second that.
Okay, I accept the nomination. Are there any other nominations for chair? Okay, I guess I'll call for a vote. Okay, all those in favor of electing Robin Scribner as chair of the Montana State Library Commission, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nope. Okay, Robin Scribner has been elected. Okay, there you go. Okay.
I would nominate Tom Burnett for vice chair.
I second that.
Okay. Nominees are there any other nominations for vice chair? Okay, if not, the nominee for vice chair is Tom Burnett. Okay, all those in favor of electing Tom Burnett for the office of vice chair, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Tom Burnett has been voted in as vice chair. All right.
And then you appoint the parliamentary.
Yep.
Right,
Yes,
that's not.
and Chris is my appointed parliamentary.
Although I wanted to know you did a great job.
Yes.
I was
you did,
glad to
Peggy.
turn it over to somebody who knew what they were doing.
All right, so, as we conclude the business portion of today's meeting, I'd really like to say thank you for, all the confidence and trust that you have put in me. I appreciate it.
You've done a great
And
job.
again, yeah, Pardon me?
You've done a great job.
Oh, well, thank
You
you.
really have. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I will make an effort to live up to your expectations. All righty, is there any?
What, are we gonna go through the list of Tom's?
What?
How he's doing?
He's doing.
No.
Tom, do you want
Man,
us
I
to
have a
give
list
little
here for
speech?
Tom.
Oh,
You got it.
I'm a reformed politician, no speech.
Okay. All right. So. I think this is where we are, correct?
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yes, first we'll talk and ask for public comment and then. Okay, is there any public comment on any matter not contained in this agenda and that is within the jurisdiction of the State Library Commission? Public comment from anyone? Okay, seeing as there is none, is there any other business or announcements? Tom, you completed you feel yours was completed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I did have some other business. I received an email from Nancy Royan. She's the librarian at the Wordsworth Memorial Library in Cascade. And her email let me know that on May 27th, 2026, the Cascade County Commissioners informed the Bell Public Library, the Great Falls Public Library, and the Wordsworth Memorial Library that the county is not legally required to fund libraries. So they are cutting library funding. As a result, Nancy is trying to find a way to save their library in Cascade. Their annual budget averages 23,000. 19,000 of that comes from Cascade County. And I visited with Jenny and she reminded me that local funding is outside of the jurisdiction of the commission. Local governments are feeling the squeeze of property tax changes and it's starting to impact libraries. And although there's nothing specifically that we can do, I just wanted you to be aware of that situation.
That's a Bell.
Say the
That was
library again,
Cascade.
Cascade.
It's the Wordsworth Memorial Library in Cascade and then Bell Public Library and Great Falls Public Library.
And the Great Falls.
Yeah, all the libraries within
All,
Cascade.
yeah, all within Cascade
Great
County.
Falls Library has suffered severe declines.
me?
The Great Falls Library has suffered severe declines in usage in the last decade.
But the Great Falls Library itself
Yes.
is a city.
To the city.
It's not, apparently not a city library, is it? Or is it a city county?
It's a city library.
It's a city library. So do they receive county funding though? They do receive county funding.
All three of those libraries have an interlocal agreement with the Cascade County that's been in place.
Right,
since
right.
For many years. So they receive a little bit of funds because they serve.
Right, and Corey and I don't, are you working with them? Or I know Corey is,
Corey is working with them. I
Right.
certainly not.
yeah,
So it's three separate library systems that all receive part of their funding from Cascade County.
Yes. Great Falls recently passed their levy, so they have more substantial city funding. And it was just on city residents.
That's right.
And then Belt and Cascade, the majority of the budget is county funding.
So it's the Wordsworth Memorial, Great Falls and Belt.
Okay.
Interesting.
well, yeah. It's that deal. I know that Nancy struggle has, their little library there struggled along. Struggle. Anyway, I just wanted to pass that.
Our system, the Flathead County Library System has an agreement with a small library that's completely volunteer in Lakeside. And we simply are a book drop location for them. So I wonder if the tiniest one, if that's Wetsworth, if they can maintain some service by at least becoming a drop-off pickup location for whatever system is closest to them and just be a Holtz pickup at least. I mean, you know, that's a totally different deal, but you could at least still maintain some service and not lose. But without knowing whether they own a building or a location or what's going on, it's really.
We don't know all the specifics. Yeah.
Where else could they appeal for help?
Do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead, Tracy, please.
Yeah.
address it?
Since I have actually talked to them. So the Great Falls Public Library has a bookmobile that serves Belt and Cascade in addition to other areas around the county, so they are receiving that service.
Okay.
When I talked to the librarians, I actually talked to them about asking their residents for a dedicated. No, libraries do by law have the ability to channel my inner Chris 22-1. That allows them to go to their community and either through a petition process or a county resolution and put an issue on the ballot to request funds for the library.
Does that require a district be established?
It does not actually.
Oh.
Yes, so there's been quite a bit of media about this particular, and I think that need to talk to Joe Briggs is one of the county commissioners. They don't have to be a district. So in Ponderay County, the Conrad Public Library and the Blair Public Library are town libraries, but they cooperate to have a county mills. So they went to their residents, all the residents in the county, and then they agreed to a certain amount divided up. And that was on the ballot actually, that the Conrad Public Library would get X dollars and Blair would get X dollars. And it actually passed by 70%. And then the commissioners collect that and then pass that money through to the towns. And so Cascade County could do a similar thing.
Gosh, I hope they get something.
Well, I'm glad they have our library consultants to reach out to.
Right. Thank you, Tracy. Okay.
Now, when you monitored some of the, I don't know where you got your staff, but on the library visitations, are they still declining somewhat or are they leveling off?
It picked up a little bit in the
Yeah.
last year or two.
Okay.
They're still down about 30% over a decade statewide.
And I do know that a lot of the homeschool people that used to use the library a lot are not.
I think it's Kindles.
It's what?
Kindles.
Smartphones.
And book, yeah, and book.
Well, I have
But,
my book club.
but a lot of people don't realize that you can go to the Montana Library to go, which I try to tell. Well, you know, you can still check out books and get them through and read them on your Kindle. So I think that's the marketing component. That I talk to friends all the time, like, well, are you getting them for free from the library? And so not everyone knows it.
I would love to understand how it came about and what the county commission's thought process was, because I'm sure they didn't just do this out of the blue.
Yeah, so the commissioners wanted to make clear that they were just having initial conversations. What's going on is recent changes with the property tax laws have so complex.
Very.
It could be like an entire day's session, but it's limiting the ability of so the counties for 20 years have been limited to half the rate of inflation. And not surprisingly, now 20 years later, they've not been able to keep up. One of the ways that they were able to somewhat make that up is if anytime there were new subdivisions or new properties, they got to count the entire value of that property, and it would sometimes make up the difference of only being able to grow at half the rate of inflation. And so recent property tax changes in an attempt to both try to recognize lower income renters and homeowners made this complex system of classes with property where you have different percentage rates. And then they will allow now inflation up to 4%, but you only get a portion of that newly taxable value. And so there's all these factors that are squeezing the local governments. And then the other issue is that they went from, used to be able to do, you could say, we want 5 mills for the library. And so as property values increased over time, you would receive those values, but now you have a dollar amount. And so you only levy the number of mills to that dollar amount. And obviously dollar amounts don't grow with inflation. And so those are all the factors that are squeezing our county and local governments. And in addition, our county and local governments are seeing incredibly large expenses on their public safety side, and they're dealing with aging infrastructure. And they're losing those ARPA funds that they could use for those things. And so they're having to like literally make decisions between water and sewer, fire and police and libraries. And those are all the factors that are driving what's going.
So there's other counties dealing with this crunch too.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the league. Our cities and towns are too. I just recently attended a town hall where the league was addressing these changes.
So what was, I'm sorry?
The Montana League of Cities and Towns held
Oh,
a town hall on the use of tax changes and other.
And one of the things that the property tax relief doesn't go to renters. I mean, people own rentals unless they have 6-month renters.
It's be long-term rent.
They have to be long-term and they have to be 6 months. And a lot of people were renting a lot of VRBOs and a lot of, even for college students at 3 months at a time, and now they don't get the property tax breaks, so that's throwing a wrench in a lot of the way people are renting out, and then there's more.
Thank you for explaining
Yeah.
that, Tracy. I was curious where that came from, because that's a big decision to have to make, so.
It is.
For that county.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Any other good news?
Are we at other business and announcements?
Yeah, that's what we were.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you.
The newsletter, I'm not sure I received it.
Okay, are you subscribed to our Gov delivery channels?
Not sure. I know
Okay.
I'm subscribed to every newsletter you can get.
Okay,
As a member of the public on the state library website, but I'm not sure that I received
okay,
the commission newsletter.
Oh,
So
I just,
whatever we need to
too.
check to make sure I'm on it.
And there was a
Okay.
trustee newsletter not too long ago also.
Okay. And then the education intern committee is not currently requesting anything from us information wise.
we will have, the next meeting will be, June 23rd. So they've asked for some information on the gaps in services. Like what libraries are not in the shared catalog, what it would cost to get them in the shared catalog,
Okay.
what it would cost for increased investment in Montana Library to go to reduce some of the wait times, cost information for expanding the courier. So staff are working on compiling that information.
Is that
Talking
what
about-
you're on though?
No.
No. Okay.
Talking about library to go reminds me of something that we just discussed locally, an idea when you have a lot of holds on a book. That you contact those people and say, while you're waiting, a reader advisory, this is a very similar book. And the idea why we might try this is to figure out whether our reader advisory results in checkouts.
Yeah.
So we're trying to find a way to measure
Yeah.
it. But library to go could do something similar where, you know, if you get 10 holds and you're like, oh, these people are all going to be frustrated, recommend some
Have
similar
some
reads.
recommendation
I don't know, does the system do that
Yeah, that's a
automatically?
good question. That's a good
Yeah, it does
question.
the book club books.
It does
Yeah.
already, okay.
One of our book club books. Somebody checked with the library, and there were over 100 on the wait list
Oh.
for it, and they got,
Yeah.
so they wrote to the rest of the book club, when you're finished.
That's why we, at Dillon College, ordered hard copy books. The students want regular.
Really? Our book club used to be half and half, and now it's down to only about 25% are on.
books.
Good. Well, I'm happy. And I'm really happy children are starting to want books again. They very
They
old.
spent so much time on computers and playing
Mhm.
games and on.
But for a while, their kids did not, nobody, they didn't want to read books, and now all of a sudden kids are back. They didn't want to read.
Madam Chair?
My book.
Strange question for you. When we were talking about what we're adding to other business at the beginning, I wrote down real-time network, which we did, and I also wrote down Robin's Edition.
And that was by the Wentworth Memorial.
Ah, that was that.
I
Okay.
asked, yeah.
I don't
asked
know
for
what my
other bus-
comment meant.
I asked for other business and announcements. And
Okay.
yeah, so.
Excellent.
Robin's Wentworth.
Then I have one more item. I would appreciate a download all button on our library materials.
So that it would be,
That they would be
the
on-
packet would be one large PDF, is that what you mean?
Instead of having to get, yeah,
Because
each one and.
If I wanna look at something and I don't have, Wi-Fi, I can still look at all the meeting materials offline.
Right.
And it is, you know, with however many we had this time, the download is too. Is a lot of
But
work.
I'm glad to hear that it was intended to be on our agenda. Yeah, because I thought it used to be, and when Carmen said
And
no,
it's
I thought.
no problem when I'm online, but sometimes you can't.
That makes sense, yeah.
I have one announcement, just a reminder to the commission, you have your travel reimbursement form now linked from your commission page. We need all of your travel reimbursement requests by June 15th, so they can be processed by the end of the fiscal year.
Oh, that's 3 days.
Do it now.
Next
It's
week.
the 10th today.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so I did.
Yeah, okay, good girl. I got my receipt from my hotel, but that's a direct bill.
Yeah, it's not your receipt. It's-
Yeah.
Okay.
So your per diem and mileage requests.
Then I had one more thing, sorry. The hotel situation this time,
Mhm.
is it possible to reimburse us the state rate amount and we get our own hotel? Because I know you had to search for a hotel that accepts the state rate.
And she
Right.
looked for hotels everywhere. I asked her about
Oh,
this.
you checked the entire town and there wasn't, because my thought was, if this, you know, if this
But we used
happens
to do that
frequently,
and we didn't.
then I would take the reimbursement and just put my own personal funds in to be able to spend the night here. If
You're
it
welcome
came
to do that if you want.
But you checked everywhere and there wasn't anything, even not at the state rate.
There was a freak flood that happened or something. I don't know. So that was, so then I just called around.
So the problem was not that there wasn't a room at this, that you could book with the state rate, there just was nothing.
Right, yeah, I was surprised I could actually get the state rate. I was just gonna pay the whole amount.
I didn't know that was an option.
But you're welcome to pay the whole amount and then just get reimbursed for the state rate.
Okay.
And when ideally and in practice throughout the state, the commissioners make their own hotel reservations, so that's.
I have to
ideal,
say, I very
actually.
much love it that you do it. It just, this time it turned out weird, but it's because of that flooding.
Yeah.
Thing. So,
Well, we had asked that they do it. because
Yes,
it's
and I
easier
like
for
it.
our-
Yeah.
For our
Just-
budgeting, because then we don't have to turn in a
It was
receipt.
just a
on it.
weird situation.
this time it went sideways, but.
Right, and
the
they
whole
usually
town.
are nice places, I mean, with the state rate, but
Okay. Let's leave it alone then.
yeah, I don't know what happened if they got flooded.
But then somebody else, Corey and someone else, they didn't have hot water, so their hotel reservation was canceled.
That's
Correct.
That's the same hotel.
I don't know if it was the same hotel or.
I have no idea.
Maybe I should put a mattress in the back of my car.
Oh, I almost did.
Okay.
I'm blessed. I just stayed in both, but it worked out.
You could have stayed in my other boat. Okay, so do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. The June 2026 meeting of the Montana State Library Commission is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
This is-
There you go.
They got their-